Arriving. So when he comes, I'll request all of you to rise. I'll be announcing that when he comes, just a few minutes before his arrival. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Shyam, sir.
Welcome to the conference. Just a couple of announcements. Music volume. Music volume can be toned down. Couple of announcements. Now the US Consul General and Thai Consul General have come. Now we're waiting for the governor, his Honorable Governor of Kerala. So after he comes, when he enters, yeah, another few minutes. So as he comes, I'll make the announcement. So I would request all of you to rise. And as he comes inside, and then after that, national anthem, and then it will go as per the schedule. Another announcement is, another request is to switch off or put your mobile in silence. And another request, when the governor leaves after the inaugural, kindly remain seated as he leaves for reasons of security. Kindly do not get up and leave the hall as he is leaving. Thank you. Thank you. Shyam, is audio okay? Shyam, echo. I think some echo is coming. No? Okay. But request everyone to be seated. Take your seats, please. May I request everyone to be seated, please? Yeah. Okay. So all please rise for national anthem. Shyam, can you play the national anthem, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चञ्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
May I request Dr. Zahira Khatun to present the shawl to the governor, please. Ahmed. May I request the new Giri Residents Association members to present shawl to the governor, Honorable Governor of Kerala. I request Samarendra to present bouquets to the dignitaries. Samarendra. Request Sundara Shastrigal to recite the Vedic prayer, please.
Om Bhadram Karneभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ओम शांति शांति शांतिः समिद्यो वसे वृषन्नग्ने विश्वा नर्या इडस्पते समिध्यसे सनो वसोऽन्याभार संगच्छध्वं संवाचध्वं संवो मनांसि जानत देवाभागं यथा पूर्वे संजानाना उपासते समानो मंत्रः समेतिः समाने समानं मनः सह चित्तमेषाम् समानं मंत्रामभिमं त्रयेव समानेन वो हविषा जुहोमि समानेव आकोतिः समाना हृदयानि वः समानवस्तवो मनो यथा वस्सु सन्ति ॐ
Now the invocation song will be played. Invocation song, please.
ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदि साक्षिभूतम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदि साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
That was the voice of Vaishnavi Ramadas. Now I request all the dignitaries, Honorable Governor of Kerala, Swami Sri Hari Prasad Ji, Honorable Consul General of the US, Judith Ravin, His Excellency Consul General of Thailand, Mr. Nitruj Phoneprasit, Professor Bhatt, and Ms. Geetanjali to light the lamp. I now humbly request Swami Sri Hari Prasad Ji to deliver welcome and benedictory address. Swamiji.
Narayana. Thank you, Ma. So, Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. With the blessings of Sri Sadguru, this conference, first conference on Kārya and Akārya, what can be done, what cannot be done is being held here. So we have in the Gita this line, what is action, what is inaction, what is wrong action? That is something which should be known. Even great sages are not clear about what these are, because action, the ways of action are mysterious, are difficult to understand. So this question of Kārya and Akārya, what can be done, what should not be done, we thought that we could ask philosophers to speak about it. So the best person to inaugurate it was your honorable, your respected self, sir, because he knows what is Kārya and what is Akārya. As a young man, he threw away a high post because he felt it was Akārya to continue in that post. And in a world of murky politics, he has been a beacon of righteousness. So that is why we have invited you, sir. I regard him myself as a teacher, because from him he taught me that alochana, intense, clear thought, is tapas or penance. Penance isn't locking yourself in your room, but it is thinking deeply and rightly. And I'm very happy also that we have the Consul General of US, an experienced administrator for so many years, and also the Consul General of Thailand, who's also an experienced administrator. They know what is right and wrong, what should be done and what shouldn't be done. And I'm sure that they will be able to tell us their views also. So, and we have the Acharya, the Pitamaha of Indian philosophy, Professor Bhatt here. So, with his guidance, we have done so many things, and we will do many more conferences like this. And all the galaxy of philosophers coming from various parts of the country. I'm very grateful to them for coming. I'm not mentioning anyone. And also I'm very happy that Mr. Tirumurti has found time to come and join us. As I was saying, that he was always, as an ambassador, even he was always very approachable and very kind with advice. So I thank him very much for coming. So this matter is something which has to be discussed. And then this is not the first. We will have 4 conferences on this. in various parts of the country, hopefully. And we hope that the blessings of Sri Sadguru Ma, we'll be able to have a very good understanding of the subject. Sri Sadguru Namaha, Sri Krishna Paramastu, Sri Sadguru.
Thank you, Swamiji. I now humbly request Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammad Khanji, to deliver inaugural address. And may I remind you to put your mobile on mute or on silence or switch off. Thank you. Honorable Governor of Kerala. How much time is it? 25.
Tirathe Swami Shri Hari Prasad Ji, Her Excellency Consul General of US, Ms. Judith Ravin, His Excellency Consul General of Thailand, Mr. Nitiruj Phoni Persiat, Professor S.R. Bhatt, former Chairman, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Mrs. Geetanjali, our former permanent representative to UN, and Gopika ji is also there. When Swamiji told me about this proposed conference on Kārya and Akārya, I found it very fascinating because this is the first time I've been taking part in so many seminars and conferences. But this subject, although indirectly this subject is mentioned in many discussions, but to focus the discussion on this particular subject, it is for the first time, Swamiji. And it is, I think we all know, because Gita, the first chapter, starts with Arjun Vishad, which means he did not know what to do. Everybody faces that crisis. But more important than Arjun, because Arjun, according to the legend, is the son of Indra. And Indra is not a very clear-headed god. So one can understand if Arjun was suffering from this confusion. More surprising is the confusion which was expressed and displayed by Dharmraj Yudhishthira at the time of his coronation after the Mahabharat war. He was not ready to assume the duties of the kingship. He wanted to become a hermit. You have fought a war, you have won it, and now you are running away from the responsibility. So I find that Vishad of that confusion of Yudhishthira more confounding than the confusion of Arjun, because Yudhishthira is the son of Dharma, where there is no confusion. Yet he expresses his confusion. King Kartavya Vimulhata, is that the right word, Vatsa? What to do and what not to do. In fact, he was not even confused. He had taken the decision that I don't want to be king. I want to become a hermit. after, like Ashok, after Kalinga, when he saw the blood and corpses, dead people, the destruction, mayhem, he sat on a hilltop. And after that, he was a changed man. He renounced violence. Here, Yudhishthir also seems to be in the same state. The realization that so many people have been killed. So many women have become widows. So many children have become orphans. Therefore, he says that I don't want to become king. I just want to remain a hermit. Then I mean, there is no chapter in Gita on it, but Mahabharata has details of that episode where Bhagwan Krishna told Yudhishthir, there is nothing wrong with being hermit. A hermit seeks meaning for himself, but a king is entrusted with the duty to create a world in which everybody can find meaning for herself or himself. So, for the Lok Sangrah, for the public welfare, for the good of the world, choose the later option, not out of obligation that you have won the war and now it is your duty to run the government, but out of empathy for humanity. I have some goal, I have to achieve something, I have to create a society where everybody has the opportunity to realize her or his potential and find a meaning for herself or himself. So that I find very, very important. And when Yudhishthir asked this question, that the other four brothers are also there, why only me? Why I should take this burden on me? I want to become a hermit, I will become a hermit. You can entrust the duty to any one of them. Then the reply which Bhagwan Krishna gave is absolutely stunning. He said, and very wise, please come, please come. Great pleasure. Thank you, and thank you very much for your kindness. So Yudhishthir asked this question, that why you are insisting that I do not become a hermit and should take up the responsibilities of the kingship, administration. The reply which Bhagwan Krishna has given is absolutely fascinating. He says, it is you, not your brothers, who gambled away your kingdom. Therefore, you are in a better position to sympathize with human imperfections. You have suffered 13 years of exile, and you know the power of repentance and forgiveness. You have seen Duryodhan reject every offer of peace. You know the painful result of ego, aham, and adharma, unrighteousness. You have lied. Dharmaraj Yudhishthira is being told, you lied during the course of war to ensure that your teacher is killed. You know the complexities of dharma. This is a complexity. To act or not to act. Same as in the drama of William Shakespeare, to do or not to do. So these parables are there to impart wisdom, because every one of us faces this kind of situation in our lives. Then Bhagavan Krishna says that you are the one who has developed the capability to create a society where the head is balanced with heart, wealth with wisdom, and discipline with compassion. So, Yudhishthira, you come with your brothers on your side. Be Vishnu on earth. Be Vishnu on earth means take the responsibility to run the affairs of the society. And we must be clear that dharma is not about victory. Dharma is not about dominating others. It is about empathy and expansion of mind, which leads to wisdom. Yudhishthira knew the pain of losing children, young children. 5 of Pandavas who were killed by Ashwatthama. Therefore, Krishna told him that because you have suffered the loss of your children, therefore you can empathize with even the enemy rather than gloat on their defeat. In empathy, there is wisdom. This is, our national song, national anthem, not song, national anthem. Thrice the word Jai Ho, Jai Ho, Jai Ho. Possibly, Indian civilization possibly is the only one which has talked about 2 kinds of victories. Vijay, when you defeat your enemy, you overcome your rival and you dominate over him. That is Vijay. But India has given another word for victory, and that is Jai. Jai, the concept of Jai, the victory is where nobody loses, where nobody tries to dominate over the other, where there is win-win situation. In fact, when I read about it, what came to my mind was an African phrase, Ubuntu. We all win. There is a race of the children. Instead of running, they join each other's hand and they run towards the destination, and they call it Ubuntu. I am because you are. So India has that And that possibly that explains what Srimad Bhagavad Gita says, Shreyan swadharmo viguna par dharmat su anushtitat. Swabhava niyatam karma. Kurvana nap noti kibil sham. I have left out the other shlok which says that swadharme nidhanam shireya par dharmo bhayava. I'm not quoting, I'm quoting this. Because there some confusion arises in mind, as if the book is talking about the faith tradition in which you are born. This shlok is absolutely clear. What is the meaning of dharma according to Gita? The meaning here it says that better is one's own duty, though not greatly honored, than the work of another, even if that is well performed. He who does work indicated by one's own nature incurs no problems. So we have to Atma nam vidhi. Know yourself. Knowing the self only, then you can determine what is your dharma. Pirkirti yanti bhutani, again from Mahabharata, which means that each one is born on a particular nature or disposition. And one is actuated in the performance of duties by that nature on which one is born. And therefore, elsewhere it has been said that na aksharo mantrahinam na moolam noshidham ayogye purusham nasti yojak istatra durlabha. There is not a single syllable which does not have the power of mantra. In Sanskrit, syllable is known as akshar. Akshar is something which can, akshar means literally something which cannot be destroyed. Vak pirbaddo hi sansare. All affairs of the world are settled through communications. That is the power of word. Two indestructible units, two or more, come together and they form a word. If the syllable is so powerful that it cannot be destroyed, how the word can be destroyed? And there is not a single leaf, green vegetation, which does not have the power of medicine. And there is not a single human being in this world who is devoid of talent. Everyone has some talent specific to herself or himself. What is scarce is the person who can find out the talent and utilize it properly. There is no dearth of talent in this world. The dearth is of the people who can identify the talent and put it to proper use. So that again, it differs from individual to individual. After 1986, I faced very difficult situations, even physical threats, all kind of things. There is a Muslim scholar, very well learned man in Delhi. He was among the few exceptions who supported my speech in Parliament. But few years back, we were together for dinner, and on some issue I had written some article. He told me, he said, Arif Saab, I have supported you strongly, but on this issue I disagree with you. I said, sir, if there is total agreement between you and me, then one of us is not really needed. And nature does not create human beings or things which are redundant. One of us becomes redundant. If we all think alike, if we all act alike, then what is the difference between us and the animals? Man is the only creation of the nature. Those who want to say nature, those who want to believe in God, is the only creation who has been given the power of imagination to think. And when you become a thinking being, then you will be faced with these dilemmas. You will be faced with this kind of situations. And how beautifully dharma, we have done great injustice to dharma when we have used it as translation of religion. Highly unfair. Religion is mostly prescriptive for groups. Dharma is individual specific. Even individual, in different situations, in situations which are comfortable, peaceful, dharma is different than situation where there is emergency, there is distress, there is the times are difficult, adverse. Then dharma becomes for the same person. I am son of somebody. There I have putra dharma. I am father of somebody. There I have pita dharma, the duties of the father. I am a spouse of somebody. There my religion is different. I am in public life. There my religion is different. My dharma is different. So dharma basically is code of civilized conduct. Now, how to find out what is at a given point of time, or at a time when I am facing a critical situation, how to find out what my dharma is? Dharma has complexities, not just complex, full of complexities. And as I said earlier, even the Dharmaraj, who is son of Dharma, got confused. So here it has been said, and I find it very beautiful. Vidam chevam na va vidame shakyam va veditu nava aniyana chura thara gariya napi parvatat gandharva nagara kara pirthamam sampir dirashyate anvikchanaya mana kabibhi punar gachattiya darshanam whether we know dharma or we do not know dharma, whether it is knowable or it is not knowable. This comes in from the Shanti Parv in Mahabharata. Dharma is finer than the finest edge of a sword. And more substantial than a mountain. It has both the qualities. On first sight, it appears clear and solid like a town. On a close look, it vanishes from view. When we say that scriptures are authority, if we feel lost, if we are not able to find, we are not certain, we are not sure what course of action should be adopted, then we may refer to the books of wisdom. You can call them scriptures. Already 25, so I will try to sum it up.
You have no problem with
So, I can various places it has been asserted. Sukshmo dharma maharaja nase vidmo vayam gatim. It is like walking on the edge of a sword. It is so fine. So we are not really able to fully understand and grasp the profundity of the concept, the gravity. But later in the same Shanti Parv, it has been said, Akarano hi nehasti dharma sukshma hi. Dharma is complex. It is like the edge of the sword. But this I find the later part of the line, the saving grace. How it indicates how to understand the dharma. Because it says, but remember, there is no text without context. So try to know the context, and then that may help you to overcome the crisis. I have already told you that we have this guideline that if you are feeling lost, you are not certain, then go to the Shastras. But further we have been told that the Shastras, the books, can help only those who use their reason and intelligence. Shastras cannot help those who just try to emulate things. Shastras are helpful only to those who use their own reason and intelligence. Yasya nasti swayam pragya shastram tasya karoti kim lochanabhyam vihinasya darpana kim karishyati. What sub-scriptures do for someone who does not have his own reason, intelligence, and conscience, consciousness and understanding. What can a mirror do for a person who does not have sight, who has lost his sight? Mirror cannot help that person. You can't see your face in the mirror if you are losing sight. So is the case with the Shastras. Shastras can be helpful only to those who use their reason and intelligence. This is most important because there cannot be any standard formula which can be prescribed. And never forget that whereas other traditions in the world are prescriptive, Indian tradition is highly speculative. Speculative to the extent where even the believer is saying, Iyam visrishtir yat abhuv yadi vadadhe yadi vana. You asya adhyaksha parmo vyomantaso ang vedi yadi vana ved. A believer is saying, who has created this universe? Who runs the affairs of this universe? Does the one sitting somewhere up there knows who has created and who is running the affairs? Or even that one does not know who has created and who is running the affairs of this world. So the Indian tradition is highly speculative, and that is the reason why historically Indian culture and civilization was described as knowledge civilization, not by Indians, by non-Indians. If you refer to 11th and 12th century Arab historians who have written, that is the time when European Renaissance was taking off. Europe had not at that time the Renaissance had not fully taken off, but Middle East was rife with intellectual activities. And that is the time when they started writing history. The first historian is Tabari, but you refer to anybody. Everybody has 9 volumes, 11 volumes, 10 volumes. What they say? They say at that time, the US is not mentioned there because the world had not found US by that time. But it says that the world has 5 major civilizations. Tabari says in the first chapter itself, while discussing the civilizations of the world, he says there are 5 dominant civilizations in the world. The Persian civilization is known for its majesty, splendor. The Roman civilization is known for its beauty and chivalry. Turks are known for their bravery. Chinese are known for their craftsmanship and obedience to the rulers. The 5th civilization, Indian civilization, is the only civilization which is known for promotion of knowledge and wisdom. So Indian culture and civilization has been described as knowledge civilization. Tapa swadhyay nirittam, ever devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. When Swami Vivekananda was asked, what is the goal of life? He said, generally people believe that pursuit of happiness is the goal of life. He said, pursuit of happiness. If we accept pursuit of happiness to be the goal, summum bonum of our life, then who will prevent me from making others unhappy in order to secure greater happiness for myself? If that is the goal of life. Then what is the goal of life? He said the goal of life is acquisition of knowledge. Tapa swadhyay nirittam, ever devoted to this task. Then he was asked, then what is the goal of knowledge? What is the purpose of knowledge? He said the purpose of knowledge is to build your capacity. When you develop the ability to see underlying unity behind apparent diversities, that is the purpose of knowledge. The day you learn it, the day you realize it, the day you internalize it, then it will become impossible for you to transgress into the sanctuary of the another. That will become sacred for you. Why? Because That means accepting that underlying unity and realizing that is acknowledging the basic, not basic, the foundational virtue of Indian civilization. Aham Brahmasmi Tattvam-asi. And in my opinion, that the same divinity dwells in me, and that very divinity dwells in you. We are all spiritually linked. We are one whole. The highest Indian ideal, or I may say Sanatan ideal, is integration of personality, ekatmata, which reconciles an individual to her own self, the society, and the Supreme Spirit, where you live in harmony with your own self, with the society, and with the Supreme Spirit. How does that become possible? Only when you finally are convinced that this same Paramatma in the form of Atma, the Supreme Spirit in the form of soul, lives in each one of us. Once I recognize the divinity of the other person, my divinity, same as your divinity. When I bow before you, I say namaskar or pranam. I do not bow before an individual. I bow before the divinity which exists in you. If I recognize and acknowledge the divinity in you, how can I think of doing anything which will hurt you? And to my mind comes a beautiful, I do not know if I have ever mentioned it here, but that is one of my favorite stories. It comes from Semitic tradition. Rabbi Hillel, a pagan comes to him, a non-Jew comes to him and says, Rabbi, I am ready to accept your religion, embrace your religion, provided you stand up on one leg and read out the whole Torah. Rabbi Hillel did not dismiss him. He immediately stood up, took the book in his hand, and said, do not do unto others what is hurtful to you, and sat down. This man said, such a thick tome, and you have finished it in less than a minute. He said, this is the whole of Torah, rest is commentary, go home and read it. Similarly, in our tradition, when this confusion came, the confusion has been expressed beautifully by Yudhishthira himself. Tarko pratishtha shirutayo vibhinna neko rishi yassa vacha pirmanam dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam mahajano yena gata sapantha. Meaning that there are so many shrutis, there are so many smritis, so many views given by various rishis and munis. I do not know which one to believe and take guidance from. I'm not going into the details, but this confusion has always existed. The compiler of all our wisdom, he dissolved it in 2 lines. Compiler of our Indian wisdom is Vyas. And Vyas said it so beautifully in just 2 lines. Oh God, there are many books here. Don't get confused by the number of the books and the opinions given by various people, learned sages, rishi, muni, thought leaders. Don't get confused. They have tried to explain the same principle, same idea through different methods and different words. Sarva Shastra Puraneshu Vyasasya Vachanam Durva Parokarastu Punyai Papai Parpirna. That is the essence of Indian wisdom. That is the essence of Vedanta. That is the essence of all our ancient scriptures. All books say, know this thing which is coming from me. Vyasa is saying, Vyasasya Vachanam Dhurvam. This is indisputable truth. What is the indisputable truth? Doing good to others is meritorious. And if you hurt others, then it brings, that is sinful. And there are consequences. The karma theory is there. I would like to conclude with two small anecdotes to understand what dharma is. Swami Vivekananda, when he was going to USA, to Chicago, on the eve of his departure, he went to pay his respects to Guru Ma Sharda Devi, wife of his Guru Paramhans Ramakrishna. And she had known that he is going to lecture at Parliament of Religions, and then he has planned to stay in USA and talk about Sanatan Dharma and our values, etc., etc. She already knew this. And Swami Vivekananda went to seek her blessings. When Swami Vivekananda reached there, she was sitting, and in front of her was a basket full of vegetables. As soon as he sat down, she asked him, she said, Narendra, can you please go to the kitchen and fetch me a knife because I have to prepare this for the lunch. He went there. He brought the knife. While handing over the knife to Guru, his teacher's, his Guru's mother, his Guru's wife, who was for him was mother, he held the knife from the blade side and handle he gave to the mother. Mother put the knife down and she said, I'm not going to cut any vegetables. I only wanted to test you whether you have become qualified to talk about dharma. I give you my blessings, now you go. You know. Because you have caught the blade side which can hurt somebody. And to somebody else you have given the handle to hold, which cannot hurt. This is all what dharma is about. And if we understand this dharma, then the problem of Kārya and Akārya will not bother us. And I will conclude. The other anecdote is again from Mahabharata, where after the war was over, things had become normal, tempers had cooled down. Gandhari told Bhagwan Krishna, she said, Krishna, I'm going to die as a childless mother. I had 100 sons. And I will die as childless. You could have spared at least one of them. Out of the 100, you could have spared one of them so that I would not have died as a childless mother. Bhagwan Krishna told her, he said, who am I? Eko deva sarvbhuteshu godha. सर्वव्यापी सर्वभूतांतरात्मा कर्म प्रधान सर्वभूताधिवासी साक्षी चेता केवलो निर्गुणश्च कर्म प्रधान. Who am I to kill your sons? You do not remember when you were a small girl. You were a princess, but you were very fond of cooking food. You had gone to the kitchen. You were preparing something. And the extra hot water you threw on the ground, which entered into a hole which had 100 eggs of an insect. And the mother insect cursed you that, like I have seen my eggs being destroyed by this hot water, the one who has done this will also see killing of her 100 children. This is what, once we internalize the lesson which comes from this anecdote, is it possible for us that we can think of hurting anybody by our action? Our actions will become absolutely clear. And in the last, I will say that Mahatma Gandhi has, because he was an ardent student of Gita particularly, and our tradition generally. What he has told us? He has told us, whatever you are doing, just keep the last man in your mind. If your action is going to help him, go all the way. But think about him. If your action is not going to be beneficial to him, if your action is not going to help him, or it is going to hurt him, simply abandon it. That possibly, those words Mahatma Gandhi has said in the light of his experiences, and more than that, his study of Gita and our tradition. Thank you very much. I think I have taken more time than was allotted to me. Thank you very much. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Jai Hind.
I request Swamiji to present memento to Honorable Governor of Kerala. I request Samarendra to present bouquet to Thiru Asan Maulana MLA. So quick vote of thanks. Quick vote of thanks followed by the national anthem. I thank Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Arif Mohammad Khan ji, for his gracing the occasion and giving a very inspiring speech. Of course, we have the blessings of Swamiji and the blessings of Sri Sadguru. Then I also thank Honorable Consul General of the US, Judith Ravin, His Excellency Consul General of Thailand, Mr. Nitiruj Phone Fraset, Professor Bhatt, and Thiru Asan Maulana MLA, and Mrs. Gitanjali for coming here and the inaugural function and lighting the lamp. Now we will play the national anthem. Kindly rise up for the anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhi Jana Gana Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Honorable Governor, good evening. Everyone should please stay here and review the program. Very grateful.
Request all of you to be seated for the keynote session. We have a list of keynote speakers here, the dignitaries. So kindly be seated. Kindly clear the way for Honorable Governor to leave the hall, please. Yeah, request everyone to be seated for the keynote session. Kindly be seated. So kindly be seated for the keynote session. We have address by the guest of honor, Honorable U.S. Consul General Judith Ravin. Please be seated. It is my pleasure to introduce Honorable U.S. Consul General Judith Ravin. Judith Ravin assumed the position of Consul General at the U.S. Consulate in Chennai in September 2020. Before that, she served in Lima, Peru as Counselor for Public Affairs. Her foreign service career has included assignments to the Haiti desk in Washington, D.C., Pakistan, Dominican Republic, Sudan, Cameroon, and Mexico. Judith Ravin joined the U.S. Department of State in 2003, following many years of working in Asia, Africa, and Latin America as an editor, translator, and journalist. She did her undergraduate work in universities in France and Spain, in addition to the United States, and holds a master's degree in Romance languages and literature from Harvard University. Honorable U.S. Consul General Judith Ravin's address with a guest of honor. Okay.
Thank you very much. A combination of Varnakam, Namaskaram, Hushamdid, and of course, my language. Welcome. So thank you very much to Swamiji, Sri Hari Prasad, for the members of the Sri Mohan Foundation, to all of the thought leaders, to Professor Bhatt, to Madam Gitanjali, to all of those who represent the diversity of India. It's a pleasure to be back here. The last time I was here was actually with the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Arif Mohammed Khan. That was in October 21, and the topic was peace and reconciliation. And he did, as he always does, improvise with incredible erudition. And that's among things that bring us together. Speaking of philosophies and Indian tradition and its diverse traditions, the United States, through the U.S. Consulate General in Chennai, has long enjoyed the generosity, hospitality, and friendship of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. Through the foundation, we have been enriched by different viewpoints, such as today's retrospective on Indian philosophical traditions from the Vedas to the Charvaka. Charvaka ideology and its influence transcended the borders of India, reaching as far as ancient Greece. It contributed to the development of empirical understanding, rationalism, and the scientific mindset. Liberalism, freedom, and individualism, empirical concepts that grew out of the Charvaka school of thought, are core ideals that shaped the birth of my country, the United States of America. This year, on July 4th, the United States celebrates its 247th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence. Every year on that date, we recognize the diverse streams of philosophical thought that contributed and continue to contribute to the founders' experiment in democracy, liberty, and freedom, becoming principles that still guide the nation to this day. Kārya or Akārya, to act or not to act, is the confluence of two contras, treated extensively in Indian philosophy. It's a question that captivated philosophical minds for generations and over the ages. My colleagues and all of you, more versant than I am in ancient and epic Indian scripture, note that the Bhagavad Gita explores this question in the dialogue, as we've just heard, between Arjuna and Krishna. Today, we live in a world that faces multiple challenges and requires our action, whether wise, ethical, moral, or reflection on a newer and evolving notion of these concepts and what those nomenclatures may mean in today's context. I loved when we heard text and context. It is a time to take bold and decisive action against extremism, climate change, religious intolerance, majoritarianism, authoritarianism, war, and aggressions. The United States and the international community are looking toward India to lead with wise actions, and when necessary, no action. The United States and India, the world's two largest democracies, share a stated commitment to defend and advance human rights. This is reflected in the rich tapestry of our societies. This week, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi met again in Washington, as we all have been watching, forging ties deep and broad between our two countries, leading as two Indo-Pacific powers on initiatives with global potential and implications. Among top priorities of U.S. mission to India is reinforcing our shared values to promote and defend human rights and religious freedom. India is an ideal partner to advance these goals, given the exponential girth of its diversity. It is a very exciting time in the U.S.-India relationship. Last night, during Prime Minister Modi's official state visit, the White House released a joint statement from the United States and India. Among many and broad areas of collaboration, the leaders welcomed the establishment of the Tamil Studies Chair at the University of Houston and reinstating the Vivekananda Chair at the University of Chicago to further research and teaching of India's history and culture. As I figured, Vivekananda will certainly resonate with this audience. Universal respect for freedom of religion or belief is a core objective of U.S. foreign policy. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights bear witness to this. Everyone should have the freedom to change beliefs, have no beliefs at all, practice those beliefs in public or in private, alone or in community with others, and to manifest belief in worship, observance, practice, and teaching. I thank the Vishnu Mohan Foundation for being a champion in building interfaith dialogue. In fact, the idea was presented to me to be here today at the Ramadan Iftar Break Fast. And they promote religious freedom, bring together religious leaders, diplomats, academics, bureaucrats, and NGOs to foster religious harmony and peaceful coexistence. I thank my colleague from the Consul General of Thailand, Consul General Pon Prasert, and all of the dignitaries who were here before us and are still here now. And certainly thank you, Swamiji. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Swamiji will present memento to the Consul General. Sean. Memento first. Memento. I request Mrs. Srividya to present shawl to the US Consul General.
Raina. Judith will be leaving Chennai next month, and we'll all miss her very much. For past 3 consul generals whom I've been interacted with, she's been very close to us, and she's been always very involved with us, and it's been a pleasure to interact with her. So we'll miss you, Judith, but we hope that you'll stay in touch with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe in Chicago, maybe here, but very thankful. And I'm still in denial because it's the end of next month. So I still keep saying it's not yet. Thank you.
Our next address is by the guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Nitiruj Phonefraset. An introduction about Mr. Phonefraset. He is the Consul General of Thailand in Chennai, India, since June 2019. His mission is to strengthen, enhance bilateral relations among all the 5 southern states of India: Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, Telangana, and Union Territory of Puducherry. He has been serving as a career diplomat with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand since 1986. He has a long 33 years of service, assigned to work in various offices at home country and abroad: ASEAN Affairs Department, International Economic Affairs Department, Treaties and Legal Affairs. And it's a very long list of various appointments he has assumed in his career in the past. And prior to his appointment as Consul General, Mr. Nitiruj served as the Director of Economic Information Division, Department of International Economic Affairs. During his tenure in the department, he was awarded with 2018 Outstanding Performance Thai Civil Servant. In 2020, he was awarded the Royal Decoration of the Knight Grand Cross, First Class, of the Most Noble Order of the Crown of Thailand. He is a Bachelor of Arts, honors with Political Science in Chulalongkorn University in Thailand, Master of Arts in International Affairs. Also studied in Carleton University, Canada in 1991. And he's done executive program from Wharton School and University of Pennsylvania in 2017. So we have the address by the guest of honor, His Excellency, Mr. Nitiruj Phonefraset, Thai Consul General. Over to you, sir.
um, Sri Hari Prasad, Swamiji, Miss Judith Ravan, the Consul General of the US, Professor S. Abad, former Chairman, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Ms. S. Gitanjali, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon now to everyone. The world and every individual are controlled by decisions that come out of two binaries, that is action and inaction. Action and inaction are the opposite state of liveliness and are also one of the essential characteristics of existence. This concept is so significant that it has deep philosophical meaning in all religions. In the Hindu tradition, according to the Vedas, existence of life itself alternates between periods of action and inaction. Hence, I'm deeply delighted to have this opportunity to be invited to this conference, the concept of Kārya and Akārya in Indian philosophy, organized by the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sikh and Advaita Pitam. It is heartwarming to be once again present here at the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and take part in this conference. I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sri Nana Advaita Pitam for all their initiatives and wish them all the best of their future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, the concept of Kārya or action and Akārya in action, apart from its important place in Indian philosophy, has deep meaning in Buddhist tradition as well. In this context, it is important to realize that inaction is not necessarily a negative connotation. According to Buddhist philosophy, the non-actions that we do, like not speaking hurtful words or thinking negative thoughts, which prevent hurt and harm by making the choice to use our self-restraint and self-discipline, is more powerful than good actions. Practicing positive inaction means the conditions that create problems and struggles vanish, negating the need for solution, cure, or help. It is this concept of inaction that the Buddhist tradition is grounded on. It believes that the suffering in the world could be alleviated if one did not cause it. The 5 precepts of Buddhism, the main tenets of the religion, are essentially vows of non-doing actions that are refrain from killing, refrain from stealing, refrain from wrong speech, refrain from sexual misconduct, and refrain from intoxicants. These 5 inactions are fundamental to Buddhism and help one get rid of suffering and attain enlightenment. It is also interesting to note that these inactions advocated in Buddhism are the right actions as enunciated under the Noble Eightfold Path of Buddhism philosophy. That includes the right understanding, the right thought, the right speech, the right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Therefore, this offers us an interesting dynamic notion that although Buddhism advocates inaction, this by itself falls under the purview of the right action. This is very similar to the concept as experienced in the Hindu scripture Bhagavad Gita, where it says action can be hidden in inaction and inaction hidden in action. This shows us the philosophical similarities between the two traditions. I'm positive that this conference will throw light on much more beautiful insights on the philosophical concept. I also believe that the seminars on profound universal philosophies like this should be encouraged. The understanding of these concepts will cultivate an individual's more moral principles and help one to become better individuals, thereby creating a better society and a better world. Hence, I once again convey my gratitude to Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sri Nana Advaita Pitam for organizing this seminar and encourage all to practice the understandings gained from the sessions and spread the word so these ideas and philosophies can benefit all. Thank you.
Narayana, thank you very much, CG. It was a very nice speech. And he spoke about the convergence of Buddhism and Hinduism. Incidentally, CG, Professor Bhatt is an authority on Buddhism. And he's had many students from Thailand, and Professor Srinivasan, who's there. Can we see you, Professor Srinivasan? He has many Thai students also. And we are planning, as I told you, Your Excellency, we are planning 3 seminars on the convergence of Buddhism under your guidance. He has already written the concept note. Convergence of Buddhism and Hinduism to be held in Nalanda, in Kelaniya University in Sri Lanka, and also in Thailand. So, and His Excellency is also a very devoted subject of the king. And so when he heard that we hold medical camps regularly, he suggested that we hold a medical camp on the birthday of King Rama, the 10th, the present reigning monarch. So we'll be having it on July 30th. Thank you very much, CG. And for the past 4 years, you've been very connected with the foundation, and we will miss you when you retire. Thank you.
I request Swamiji to present memento to the Thai Consul General. Request Shri Ishwar to present shawl to the Consul General. Shawl. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is none other than Professor S.R. Bhatt. We do not need any introduction, but it's my duty to call it out. Professor Bhatt is an eminent philosopher and Sanskritist. He was a former chairman of Indian Council for Philosophical Research. Prior to that, he was the general president of Indian Philosophical Congress. He has also held positions as coordinator of UGC Special Assistance Program and was the HOD Philosophy at the Emerson University, Vadodara. Besides occupying many key positions in various organizations and India, China, Japan, Sri Lanka, Korea, Turkey, Germany, US, and Trinidad. He is internationally known as an authority on ancient Indian culture, Buddhism, Jainism, and Vedanta. His research areas include Indian philosophy, logic, epistemology, ethics, value theory, philosophy of education, philosophy of religion, comparative religion, social and political thought. He has wealth of experience in organizing seminars and workshops. He has over 21 all over the world, and he has 21 books. And I think morning he showed me his 22nd book, which he has written. He is edited, and he has been associated with the foundation for many years. And we are thankful to him for his valuable guidance and his presence in every occasion. Professor S.R. Bhatt.
This is Professor Bhatt's 22nd book. 31st book, I'm sorry, 31st. What are the titles? Panorama of Indian philosophers and thinkers. Encyclopedia. Read it again.
The Panorama of Indian Philosophers and Thinkers, Encyclopedic Collection. Professor S.R. Bhatt.
He has also written about Sadhguru in page 412 of this book.
It's the political freedom of present it to Swami.
You say you remain.
Professor Bhatt has presented the book to Swamiji.
Not working. Not working. No. No. Hello. Is it working? Is it working?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. At the outset, I offer my reverential regards to Pujya Ma Sadhguru Saraswati ji. Pranam to Swami Shri Hari Prasad ji. Respects to the Thai Consul General, who is a Buddhist scholar, but I am also known as a Buddhist scholar in India and abroad because I have written many books on Buddhism. And all other dignitaries who are present here, they are the cream of the society, and they in fact represent the diversity of Indian culture. So my pranams to all of them. The topic is quite fascinating and also of practical use, because all of us face this dilemma in our life as to whether to do this are not to do this. This dilemma has to be resolved. In the Bhagavad Gita, dilemma was put forth, but it is resolved there. Because Lord Krishna says, Sanshayatma vidashyati. A person who is facing a doubt and remains in doubt will just finish. So a doubt has to be resolved. And for this, we have to find out the solution, the way out of the dilemmas that we are facing. What to do and what to do? Well, it's not easy to decide. Kim kartavyam, kim akartavyam. Kavayah api atra mohitaha. Even the wise people get baffled as to what is to be done and what is not to be done. But we have to not only face the dilemma, we have to resolve the dilemma. And for this, therefore, we have to have right knowledge. Nahi jnanena sadrisham pavitram iha vidyate. The two terms here, karma and akarma, there are multiple approaches and understanding. So, one approach is that by karma we means to do something which is righteous, which is virtuous. And akarma is to do something which is vicious, which is harmful. So this is one understanding, that the two constitute opposite opposites in the dilemma. The virtuous is to be performed, the vicious is to be avoided. Well, if you do that, then there will be peace and harmony in the society. So it is every action we can't remain inactive. Of course, instinctive activities are there, but even voluntary activities we have to perform in our life. And we perform these activities both for our sustenance and also for enhancement in our life. And therefore, activities we have to perform. We can't remain inactive. But what action we should perform? That is most important. And what action we have to avoid, so that there is no harm in the society. Peace should not be disturbed. There should not be tension in society. There should be tranquility in the society. So it has to be there. So we have therefore to see that that knowledge of what is to be done, knowledge of what is to be done should be accompanied by with what instruments it has to be done. And those instruments are to be used carefully. So how to use those means to realize the goal, and then how to see that the goal is properly distributed and the result is shared by all. So to use Sanskrit terms, we say sadhya, what is to be done. Sadhana, what are the means to do that. Iti kartavyata, the process of doing it. The priority and the posterity of action, different steps we have to do then. So sadhya, sadhana, iti kartavyata, and phala, the result. Whenever you perform an action, Gita says that it never remains abortive. It has its result. its consequence. Its consequence cannot be avoided, but the consequence should be such that it leads to wellness of the society. And it should be shared by all. So this sort of justice, both intragenerational justice and intergenerational justice. Well, this has to be done. So we must therefore have a right knowledge. Knowledge is given the highest place in Indian tradition. So, Indian tradition is knowledge tradition. Yes, well, our governor also emphasized we must know, and we must know the things as they are, not otherwise than they are. That means we always make a distinction in Indian tradition between knowledge and error. Knowledge is to be acquired, error is to be avoided. So how to avoid error and how to realize knowledge? Knowledge of the reality of our own self, reality of the surrounding universe, and the reality of the underlying reality. We may call them, we call it as ultimate reality. So knowledge is very important. We must know. We must know the sadhya, we must know the sadhana, we must know the iti kartavyata, and we must know the phala. This sadhya, or the goal, is not a utopian ideal. It has to be accomplished. And therefore we must secure all those means which help us to realize the goal. Those means can be material, they can be intellectual, literary, they can be spiritual. But we must gather the means to realize the goal. Our life is meaningful, not meaningless. So it has goal, and we must have a schema of goals. Not one single goal, but schema. But in that schema, you may have the ultimate goal also. In Indian tradition, we call it moksha. In Buddhist tradition, we call it nirvana, whatever it is. But say our life is goal-oriented. And therefore, how to realize the goals of life, both the proximate and the ultimate. For that, as I said, we have to have the sadhana, the means to realize the goal. The means should be efficacious enough to realize the goal. They should not be detrimental to realize the goal. This is most important. They must be conducive to realize the goal and not detrimental. Quite often, we may postulate a goal, but we choose such means which are harmful. Maybe apparently good to one's own self, to the doer, but it harms the society. And therefore, we have to see to it and that the means that we accumulate should not be harmful to anyone. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. This should be the ideal when we collect the means. Now these means are to be put to use. This is instrumentality. And in putting them to use, again, skillfulness is needed. Bhagavad Gita says, yoga karmasu kaushalam. Karma kaushal. So we have to use the instruments in such a way that they do not lead to any harm in the society. They do not disturb the peace and tranquility in the society. And the last one is phala. The results so acquired should be such that everyone enjoys it. No one is deprived. Unto the last, it should reach. But this is the idea of Antyodaya that has been put forth by many thinkers. Dindal Upadhyay also talked of it. This idea of a karma is pregnant with a very subtle connotation. Karma means to do an action in such a way that you don't feel involved in it, in doing it. You must not feel that you are the doer and you are doing it. Well, you should have the feeling that well, it is something which is being done, propelled by the nature or God. If you believe in God, then you say it is God who you say. So it is a wrong notion, wrong understanding to say that you are the doer. Lord Krishna says that ahankar vimudhatma karta aham iti manyate. You are only an instrument in the cosmic design, and therefore you have to partake in doing it. You can't remain inactive. Action you must have, but your action should be such that it gets absorbed in the cosmic pattern. To get absorbed in the cosmic pattern would mean that you are doing and you are not doing at all. You're doing and not doing. Because you are doing something, but not doing for your own sake. You are doing for sake of the totality. The idea of this working for totality, it is there in the Bhagavad Gita. Loka Sangraha is for totality. It is there. The Bodhisattva works not for himself or herself. Bodhisattva works for the totality. So this is doing at the same time, not doing. Doing for others and not feeling that you are doing. And therefore, you should not have this sort of possessiveness in doing the action. Now, this action can be done individually. It can also be done by a crowd, by a group of individuals. It's not that individual alone works. Sometimes it is work in a collective manner. For example, satyagraha. Satyagraha is a collective action. But that also is to be guided properly, that it should lead to wellness of the society and not harm to the society. That's why Mahatma Gandhi undertook satyagraha at one particular point of time, and when he found that it has led to violence, then immediately he withdrew it. So individual action as well as collective action. We have therefore, Lord Krishna says, take into account the result. Of course, the goal is there to be attended to, but result is also very important. And if we find that our pursuit of goal is not leading to wellness, well, we must desist from doing it. And Gita therefore points out that that action is really helpful to the society in which there is no involvement of your selfish consideration. So under karma, Gita makes a distinction between just ordinary karma that we make and nishkarmya. This is a concept of which Gita has added, nishkarmya. And there is a text also, Neshkarmya Siddhi. So our action should be in the form of a Neshkarmya, wherein we do, and yet we have the feeling that I am not doing. I am only just an instrument in performing the action. So this idea of Neshkarmya is very much significant. If everyone discharges one's own duty, so dharma, then it is a performance of Neshkarmya. The doctrine of karma, therefore, makes an individual responsible for the karma, because karma action and goes along with responsibility. We are responsible for our action, and we are responsible to the society. We are responsible to the country we belong to, but we are also responsible to the world at large, totality. So karma and responsibility go together. Karma and justice also go together, because while doing karma, no one should be harmed, and therefore the virtuous, of course, is to be helped, and the person who is vicious is not to be killed, but to be reformed. There are three theories of punishment that we have. One is a deterrent, other is say reformative, and other is retributive. So in karma, we have to see to it that preference should be given to reformative theory of justice. A person does a karma in the sense of wrong action, well, might be doing it because of the force of circumstances, might be doing it because of some mental illness, might be doing it because the person is forced by the society. So and therefore the person has to be reformed. So karma goes along with this sort of a reformation of the individual, and therefore karma and punishment, they also go together. This karma is also another aspect, and that is it is not something which is idle brooding. Karma has to be done judiciously, and therefore what is to be done so that there is a wellness in the society and in the cosmos. This sort of knowledge has to be there, and therefore there is something called management of karma. We have to manage. We have to manage karma in such a way that it does not lead to any harm and leads to wellness of the society. So a theory of karma is very much significant, and a corollary of it is management of karma phala. Whatever action we perform should be for the society, but it should be managed so that it percolates to every section of society. So management of karma and management of karma phala, well, that is very much involved in the theory of theory of karma. Karma, in fact, has another aspect, and that is we must know as to what is to be performed first and what is to be performed thereafter. So, what steps should come earlier and what steps should come thereafter. Therefore, Porva Parya, we call it as Porva Parya, priority and posteriority. Well, that also we have to take into account. In fact, the performance of karma is a complex phenomenon. And in complex phenomenon, you have to have an order. And if the order is disturbed, then either you fail to perform the desired thing, or you do something which is wrong. And therefore, this sort of ordering in the performance of karma is very much needed. We have therefore another aspect of karma, that is proper management. In fact, in Indian tradition, it has been pointed out that we should perform karma for our empirical wellness. We call it, we can say, for the sake of Jagata, Jagatic life, worldly life, and also Paramartha, the highest life. So, Vyavhar and Paramartha. What should be performed? Well, first we have to gratify our needs of empirical life. And then we should go beyond the empirical. Of course, there is no dichotomy between the two. But you first Paramartha and then first Vyavhara and then Paramartha. Nagarjuna, a Buddhist scholar, says, Vyavharam anaditya paramartho na dishyate. If you dishonor the Vyavhar, you cannot realize the Paramartha. So Vyavhar and Paramartha both are properly to be taken into account. And the Vyavharik karma and the Paramarthik karma should be clearly distinguished but not separated. Vyavhar should lead to Paramartha. We should not remain just contented with the Vyavhar only, and we have to go to Paramartha. So, Indian philosophy and culture is symbiotic in this sense, that it does not believe in dichotomies. It believes in synthesis. So there has to be synthesis of Vyavhara and Paramartha. There should be synthesis of the Vyakti and the Samashti, the good of the individual and also the good of the society. Good of, we call it a holistic approach. In a holistic approach, will we take the everything as a whole, of which there are multiple parts. The parts belong to the whole, and the whole owns of the part. Both are equally important. Every particle is a part, but every particle belongs to the totality. And therefore, there has to be perfect harmony, samanvaya between the part and the whole. We have to think of the whole, good of the whole, and we think of good of the whole. It will also mean the good of the whole, and it will be also good of the every part. So this sort of organic approach is the keystone of Indian culture. And therefore, though we may make a distinction between Vyashti and Samashti, we say that the two are different, but not separate. And therefore, in a performance of karma also, this sort of a holistic approach has to be there. If you have this particular approach, then we always will think of the totality. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is the motto of G20 that we have in our deliberations in this century, which means that whole universe is one family, and therefore in one family there should not be any discrimination between one individual and another individual, one society and another society, one community and another community, or even one nation and another nation. But this is not an ideal. It is something to be put to practice. And I am happy to find that our present Prime Minister followed it, particularly at the time of that pandemic of Corona. He helped the countries around who needed it, and therefore this ideal of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, well, our actions should be guided by this ideal. Ideals are not just to be postulated, but they are also to be emulated, and we do it. And I think this theme of karma and akarma is very much significant when we understand karma as nashkarmya karma, selfless karma, a karma in which the motive is not selfish. The motive is to serve the society and the total cosmos, and a karma is to avoid all sinful, harmful activities. So we can put it in the form of a dichotomy of opposites. And in this, I think we have two other terms in our tradition, vidhi and nishedha. Vidhi means that which should be done, and nishedha means which should not be done, which should be avoided. So vidhi and nishedha are the proper guides to do actions which are leading to wellness of society. Human being is the highest evolute in the cosmic process. Human life is a pride possession. Human being has the intellect. Human being has the freedom of will. Human being has a clear understanding, vivek, of how to be avoided the evil and do the good. But this is require responsibility. And the responsibility is not just to have a proper say guidance for ourselves, but it should be guidance for the whole society and the cosmos. Therefore, this karma and this sort of responsibility go together. Karma, therefore, has multiple facets, and we can touch upon any one of them and go into detail. We can discuss karma and akarma. We can discuss karma, akarma, and vikarma. In Bhagavad Gita, in the 4th chapter, first, in verse 16, a distinction is done between karma and akarma. And in 17, Gita introduces this karma, akarma, and nishkarma. So this idea of nishkarma is very much important. Gita says that there are two things in a karma. One is the motive and other is the intention. Of course, we are always motivated to do this karma or that karma. But then we should be very much clear that our motive should be good. Motive should not be something which is harmful. We have to attend to our motives. And for that, therefore, we say we should have what is known as Kushala Chitta. Kushala Chitta. Yajurveda says, Tanme Manaha Shubha Sankalpamastu. Let my mind be pure. Let my mind always think of good. So, purity of chitta, intellect. And if you have pure kushala chitta, your karma also will be kushala. Bodhi chitta and bodhi charya. There is a text called Bodhi Charyavatara by Shantideva, a Buddhist scholar. So he talks of Bodhi chitta utpada and Bodhi chitta prayana. So the same is stated very clearly in Dhammapada, another Buddhist text. Therefore, we have to see to it that our mind is pure. We have to first attend to internal purity. If we have a pious mind, naturally our action will be good. But if we have vicious mind, then you can't expect a good result. The law of causation operates in our performance of action. And therefore, we have to attend to the causal part of it, so that the effect part is automatically taken care of. Our rishis and munis, therefore, have always emphasized on sattvic aspect. A distinction is done between sattvika, rajasika, and tamasika. Tamasika we have to avoid. Rajasika is something which is to be controlled, and sattvika is to be given paramount importance. So it is sattvic mind which leads to good karma, and avoid weak karma. Weak karma means harmful karma. Now, this karma theory is to be, of course, the fertile ground is there in us, but we have to be made aware of it. We must have such a mind set that we do the good and we always avoid the evil. Sometimes in mythology, we take help of some devils, and we are told by our parents when we are small children that if you do something, this thing, oh, that Rakshasa will come and harm you. The idea of sin also is there, that if you do something wrong, you will accrue sin, and that will lead you to evil in the coming days or in the next birth. And therefore, we have to take care of this thing. Even the idea of heaven also has been introduced, so that we have been told that if you do something wrong, something bad, then you will go to heaven. And if you do something good, you will go to. These are mythologies, of course, but the idea is to make us aware that we should, as a human being in particular, we must do good and we must avoid evil. So I think this idea of karma and akarma has many dimensions. And any one particular dimension also can be any one dimension can be taken for elaborate discussion. And say we can, for example, karma and responsibility, that are karma and justice, knowledge and karma. In the Bhagavad Gita, we have very happy symbiosis of karma yoga and jnana yoga. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna gives knowledge about the reality to Arjuna, and then says to Arjuna that you have free will, and therefore yateshasti tadha kuru. Do what you now feel free to do, but knowledge is needed to guide. And so paramount consideration of knowledge also, this also requires a separate discussion. How karma is to be guided by jnana. And how, in fact, in performance of karma, there has been complete concentration, complete devotion. And therefore, bhakti also is involved. The symbiosis of karma, jnana, and bhakti, they are not in contradiction or in collision. Karma and jnana and bhakti, they go together. So Gita is to be our guide in this particular respect. It's good that Swamiji has organized this topic for our discussion, and it is I should say vast topic, not very gahana karmano gati. It's not very easy to comprehend the karma and its multiple dimensions, but it is really helpful to the society for establishment of a civil society. This understanding of karma is very much needed, and I would call, therefore, it is a foundation stone for establishing a civil society. Karma, analysis of karma, and proper adherence to karma. But quite often, unfortunately, individual is prone to evil. Nations are prone to evil. We talk of peace, but there is always this disturbance of peace. Disturbance of yeah, say, in India, we always talk of peace, but we find that people do not, even in India, we don't find that peace is properly observed, and we don't find that the peace is being observed by the surrounding countries. So how to do that? It is something to be worried about. And there should be frequent seminars to remind us about the need for peace. Swamiji is organizing seminars on peace, but we are not on at one place. We should be in every country, in every society. So they should be told what is the importance of peace and leading such and performing such karmas which lead to peace. So we are thankful to Swamiji for conceiving this particular theme And as he said, there will be a series of such seminars. So that will be good. And in different countries, if we can do that, it will be because this sort of understanding of peace is needed everywhere, in every society. It is not that it is a monopoly of a particular country or a particular group of people. It should be spread all along. And I would say that in every religion also talks of peace ultimately. No religion will teach hatred. Only the misunderstanding of religion, they lead to this. So the priest also should be told as to what is priest, what is karma, and what is akarma, so that they perform themselves karma, make their followers also karma. So we must involve. Of course, you all organize some gathering of scholars from different religions, but there they should be told about this, that how they should lead a life themselves, so that there is tranquility in the society, and they should always in their speeches particularly tell their adherents to abide by this. So I thank Swamiji for organizing this particular seminar.
Blessing the most important.
I'm not keeping well, but it is a love of Swamiji which brought me here. here.
Very appreciated, right?
And therefore, in my speech now, I'm not that my usual self.
No, no, you haven't in any way reduced.
But,
Remember, it's small, so patience.
so I'm grateful to you for that. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yours was very good. It seems the rapt attention. Everybody else's attention means it, but yours did not.
Thank you, sir, for that talk, and request Swamiji to present memento to Professor Bhatt.
That's my
Mama. Request Sri Ishwar to present the shawl to Professor Bhatt.
You understand?
Sri Arvind to garland Professor Bhatt. Request Mr. Shobhan to garland the Thai Consul General. Yeah. Request Dr. Shrikala Nair to present memento to Ms. Geetanjali. Request Ms. Aruna to present shawl to Ms. Geetanjali. Aruna.
Very grateful, sir. Very grateful. It couldn't have been the same. You were not just.
Request Mrs. Padmavati to garland Ms. Geetanjali. Yeah. Request Ms. Aruna to garland Mrs. Bhatt. That brings us to the end of the keynote session. I thank the US Consul General Judith Ravin and His Excellency Thai Consul General Mr. Nitiruj Phonefraset, and thank Professor Bhatt for his talk. And the plenary session will start at through 2:30. Time is 10 to 2. We'll start the plenary session at 2:45. Just to remind, the first session is Chairperson Professor Srikala Nair, and then we have talk by Professor Panir Selvam, Professor Pankaj Jain, and followed by Dr. Srinivas Acharya, Professor Rana Purushottam Kumar Singh. Then plenary session 2, chairperson is Ms. Shikha Sharma, with a talk by Professor R.C. Sinha, Professor M.A. Venkatakrishnan, and Advocate Uma Ramanathan, and Ms. Sri Priya Menon. So now we break for lunch and then come back by 2:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kārya and Akārya ma'am. I welcome you, ma'am. Professor Kārya and Akārya is currently working as Director, International School for Sri Shankaracharya Studies and also as Head Department of Philosophy, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, as a former professor of Nalanda University and former member of ICPR and Joint Secretary of Indian Philosophical Congress. Her contributions to academic philosophy has been significant and acknowledged across the country. Her thrust areas of research are Indian epistemology, consciousness studies, and post-Shankar Advait Vedanta. She has authored a book titled Analysis of Knowledge, Classical and Contemporary Approaches, edited 2 volumes, and has over 70 research papers to her credit. Several awards came in recognizing her merit and contributions to academic philosophy. First ranked and gold medal in MA Philosophy, ICPR Young Scholar Award, Best Coordinator of Bharatiya Mahila Darshanik Parishad, Best Paper Award from PYTT Singapore, Shastri Indo-Canadian Fellowship being some of these. I welcome again you, ma'am. And we have 4 speakers in this session. Our first speaker is Professor Paneerselvam, sir. Professor Paneerselvam, former National Fellow, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi, former Chairperson, School of Philosophy and Religious Thought, and Professor and Head, Department of Philosophy, University of Madras, has authored and edited 18 books, and also published more than 90 research papers in the leading philosophical journals, and he has 35 years of postgraduate teachings and research experience. I request you to come over the dais, sir. Next speaker of this session is Professor Pankaj Jain. Professor Jain is an internationally recognized academic leader in sustainability, Jain studies, film studies, and diaspora studies with over 25 years of experience in the academic and corporate world. He is the HOD of Humanities and Languages and the chair of the India Center at Flame University. Professor Jain will join us online. I welcome you, sir. Third speaker is Dr. Srinivas Acharya. Dr. Srinivas Acharya is an associate professor and head the Department of Philosophy at MAHE Mahi, where he oversees an interdisciplinary research project, MAHE Mahi Mahabharata. I welcome you, Professor Acharya, to come over the dais. Fourth speaker of this session is Professor Rana Purushottam Kumar Singh. Professor Rana Purushottam Kumar Singh started his academic career as an assistant professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi, after completing MPhil and PhD in the same department and from the same university. Now he's professor, Department of Buddhist Studies at Nav Nalanda Mahavihar Nalanda. Professor Rana Purushottam sir will also join us online. I welcome you, sir. Now I request the chair to proceed the session.
Pranams to Sadhguru, Revered Swamiji, and senior professors like Professor Panirselvam. I think Professor Bhatt has gone down. Professor Parajpai and others. Friends, we have had a great start. Whatever has to be said on Kārya and Akārya has already been said. And we are just probably adding up the missing links, rather. In 1945, when the United Nations have brought out the Human Rights Charter, someone has asked Mahatma Gandhi, how do you respond to this innovative move? And Mahatma Gandhi reportedly has said that when I discussed about the so-called human rights, my illiterate mother told me that, beta, there is nothing called human rights. You have only human duties. Now, this original and native response of Gandhi's mother speaks everything that we should probably discuss under this topic, the Kārya and the Akārya Vada. So the significance of karma, which is otherwise called as dharma, that is swadharma, is the sum and substance of, interestingly, both the metaphysics as well as the ethical debate in our country. As the Honorable Governor has very beautifully brought out, here the karma is always talked in terms of the individual. There is very little about the normative or the general terms in which dharma has been spoken about. Everything is so very individualistic because it is contextual. Today, contextualism in ethics looms large. There's a lot of discussions and, very funny discussions rather. Those professional philosophers will know that you have been given with hypothetical situations of moral dilemmas and how you would respond to that. Very funny, you'll find it very funny. And very often you would also think that poor Westerners, they little realize that the ethical situations, there is nothing called a common ethical platform where all of us stand together. Just as there is no common world, there is no common ethical norms either. So the ethical norm is in terms of the individual's ontological status and his station in life. So what has been generally said is metaphysics. And your ethical responses are responses to the status of being in the absolute sense and in the phenomenal sense. The being, you should know what is absolutely real, and you should also know your phenomenal conditions. Then, having known those general ontological theories or the norms, these are the norms. And then what comes as the ethical response is sheer response to or the pragmatic implications of these ontological status. This is how I understand Indian philosophy. And therefore, there is no odds or, the odds enlisted in the Western scenario. We say we don't have such common odds. The ideal way in which you would respond to an ethical situation would depend on your finest understanding of the Shastras. Tasmat Shastram Pramanam te Kārya Akārya Vyavasthito, Krishna. So, Shastra comes as the Pramana. And it is not, and all of us know what Shastra says, that the Brahman is the absolute, and then you have the phenomenal status, so on and so forth. That is just not sufficient. You can, sky is the limit. You can enhance your understanding of the Shastras, and the greater that you climb to the understanding of the metaphysical status, the better will be your application in the individual context. This is how, again, I would understand. I'll speak at length about it probably tomorrow. So 3 things are demanded by every individual responding to a ethical situation. Your perfect understanding of the ontological status, and then your creative response to the given ethical situation, and then your inaction in action. So if these 3 get combined, this is the sum and substance of Bhagavad Gita. Beautifully, it has been stated by Lord, how you can have, as said by Professor Bhatt in the morning, how you can have inaction in action. So this Shastra Avadhi, the one who has perfect understanding of the Shastra, will, when he puts his creativity to the ethical situation, will come out with innovative ways of ethical resolutions. I mean, this is what we see in the Puranas and the Itihasas, and they are just lights. The same similar ethical situations might not appear in your situations, but you can innovatively resolve your ethical dilemmas in the ways in which these great people have done. With this prelude, let me have the privilege to invite our renowned speakers. May first invite Professor Paniri Selva to make his presentations. Thank you very much.
Pranam to Sri Sadguru. Most revered and respected Swamiji, who is always an inspiration for all of us. The chairman of this session, Professor Kārya and Akārya. Professor Acharya, and other eminent scholars like my Acharya, Professor Srinivasan is sitting here, and Professor Makaranji is there. I take this opportunity to thank, and of course, my another guru, CLR sir, is here. I take this opportunity to thank 25 minutes before I speak. Note has come. So it is a threaten. So it will make you inactive. I can't perform any action. Anyway, First of all, we are grateful to our revered Swamiji for arranging such a wonderful topic. What I would like to do in this 25 minutes is to analyze this problem from both the Western and Indian perspective. Of course, Western perspective, I will be very briefly discussing. And with that background, I would like to enter into a debate between the Mimamsakas and the Advaitin. Why? Because the philosophy of action, this is what the term that is used in Western tradition, is something which is quite often discussed in the Western tradition, especially from the time of Immanuel Kant. This has become a very important issue for the Westerners. But we should note the fact that for all Western scholars, or they were able to discuss this issue purely from the phenomenal standpoint, not from the metaphysical standpoint, as we have it in Indian philosophical tradition. So the title I have given for my paper is The Linguistification of the Sacred. The Linguistification of the Sacred. Now, when we talk about language, we always say in Indian tradition that language and thought are intimately related. For example, Patanjali says that the expression of thought is a sole purpose that is served by the use of words. So, to see the problem from Indian standpoint, one can say that there exists an implicit relation between language and thought, but it has been pointed out by many scholars like Harold Coward, who has written a beautiful book on Derrida and Spota theory, Coward says that Indian philosophers have approached the problem from two perspectives, the phenomenal as well as the metaphysical dimension. And also, if you come to J.J. Arapura, another great thinker from Canada, of course, he's an Indian, he also says that Indian philosophers have carefully avoided the two reductionistic mistakes. What are these two reductionist mistakes? One is that reducing language as something, as a mode of thought, that's all. It is a phenomenal, trying to understand purely from the phenomenal standpoint. This is one way of understanding language. And another way of approaching language is to see everything from the metaphysical standpoint. And J.J. Arapura says Indian philosophers have carefully avoided the two reductionistic mistakes. Sorry, where is it? So J.J. Arapura says we have avoided that. Indian philosophers have avoided this two reductionistic mistakes. And another Western scholars I would like to quote is Jonas Bronkhorst. He has written a very important book on language as reality, wherein he argues that there exists a permanent relation between language and reality. This is what we have seen in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, and the Upanishads also say that. And Karl Potter very beautifully talks about what is known as the linguistic turn of analytical philosophy in Indian tradition. This is a very beautiful statement which he has made. For example, recently I found out from the Encyclopedia of Indian Philosophies, volume 4, wherein he says that what the Indian philosophers have discussed is the linguistic turn, because now we are talking about the linguistic turn in the 20th century. But Indian philosophers have discussed this linguistic turn because their way of understanding language and reality is something entirely different. And with regard to the philosophy of action, which is discussed from the time of Kant, of course, Aristotle also talks about that. But in the modern period, we can say it starts with Immanuel Kant. And he says that theory of action can be discussed from two standpoints. One of the commentator of Immanuel Kant is Richard McCarthy. He has written a book on Kant's theory of action, wherein he says that in Kant's philosophy, there are two philosophy of theory of action which Kant is talking about. One is looking at the problem from the empirical or a determinist way of account of action. And the other is non-determinist action, wherein human freedom predominates. So these are two ways of understanding Immanuel Kant, keeping the philosophy of action at the backdrop. And this is what many philosophers have discussed. But what is very interesting is in the hermeneutical tradition, this problem has been discussed at length. For example, in the hermeneutics of Gadamer as well as Paul Ricoeur, we see that action is considered as a text. Action as a text is something very, very interesting in the hermeneutical tradition. And it should be noted that when we are talking about action, what the hermeneutical tradition says is that action here means social action, wherein we expect the social actors to participate, which means the subjective element of the author or the person who is making some action is not at all important, but the social action is very important. The way in which the social actors play their role is very significant, very important. That has to be given primary importance according to the hermeneutical tradition. So this means action can be seen as a text. This is a very, very beautiful idea because there is always different ways of understanding action. Now, when we say philosophy of action as a text, this means the prejudice of the individual is not important. They are sidelined. But when we see action as a text, we try to say when we are reading the text, the role of the author is not important. So we are trying to transcend that. So similarly, we can see the significance of action by keeping the action in the social context. Similarly, if you come to the phenomenological tradition, it is Anna Haddon who wrote a very beautiful book on human condition, wherein she talks about the distinction between labor and action. In fact, she says there is what is called vita activa and vita contemplativa, and she shows the distinction where one can make a clear-cut distinction between labor and action. So this is what the Western philosophers have discussed with regard to the philosophy of action. But what I'm trying to say is the entire discourse in Western tradition simply focuses on language, but they try to look at language purely from the phenomenal standpoint. That is language as a mode of communication. So the philosophy of action or reading action as a text is a part of it. That's all. Beyond that, they could not go till now. But if you look at Indian philosophical tradition, there is a different way of understanding the term action. This is quite fascinating, especially if you look at the dialectics between the Mimamsakas and Advaitins. It is very clear that action is not mere action. It is a communicative action. This is what Habermas talks about, for example, in the Western tradition. Because when Habermas wrote the 2 volumes on theory of communicative action, it was praised like anything, because of course it's a very beautiful book wherein he considers that action is not mere action. There is a communication that is involved in action. But once again, I would like to say this is not something new, because in the writings of Searle as well as Austin, we see about this action-oriented sentences. But when Habermas talks about this communicative action, it means that all actions are involved, or they have the center. What is that center? That is communication. So this, when this was popularized in the West, philosophers throughout the globe were saying this communicative action is something very beautiful, very important. But if you closely observe Indian philosophical tradition, especially the dialectic between the Mimamsakas and Advaitins, one can see the communicative action is not alien to us. It is very much present in Indian philosophical tradition. Of course, I cannot speak about Indian philosophical tradition when two giants are there. My Guruji is here, this side, and that side another Guruji is there. And he's very much well-versed in Advaita and Mimamsakas. In fact, sir is going to talk about Mimamsakas. But let me try to see from my standpoint. Now, how do we approach this problem? 1 minute. Now, when we come to the Mimamsakas, we know the main focus of the Veda, main focus of the Mimamsaka is the Vedas, and they argued that all philosophical discussions arise just in connection with some exegetical standpoint. So this means there is always action-oriented sentences which has been emphasized in the Mimamsakas. In fact, different schools use different terms. For example, the word Kārya is used, Karman is used, Vyapara is used, Bhava is used, and other substantives are used. But if you look at the Mimamsakas, it is very much important to see how the sacred text how the sacred texts contain action-oriented sentences. For example, take this well-known statement of the Mimamsakas: the one who is desirous to reach heaven should make a sacrifice. Now, this sentence has got a lot of signification with regard to the communicative action which the Westerners talk about, because here there are three important components which have to be taken into account. For example, there is an object which is Swarga, and there is an instrument by which you can reach Swarga, that is yaga, and third is the procedure by which you can attain that, that is by your individual effort. So this method of understanding the Vedic text is something remarkable, and if you read the Mimamsakas very closely, you would observe that the communicative action which the Westerners talk about is not something new to us. Now, let us see how the Mimamsakas and the Advaitins are discussing about this communicative action. So, for me, action here means it is a communicative action, and this communicative action, according to me, is well presented, in fact, in the Mimamsakas. But though the Advaitins have some difficulty in accepting some word. So I'll just read it quickly. So the Mimamsakas and Advaitins are the two systems which are very close to the Vedic or scriptural authority. And so these two systems are additionally interested in justifying the authority of the Vedas and also in the hermeneutics of Vedic texts. So one source of it is the secular statement, that is Laukika Vakyas of trustworthy persons. And another source is the scriptural statement, that is Vaidika Vakyas contained in the Vedas. Now, the role of secular and scriptural text as source of knowledge, pramana, has been discussed at length, both by the Mimamsakas and the Advaitins. There is a difference of opinion not only between the Mimamsakas and Advaitins regarding the validity of these texts, but the Mimamsakas themselves are divided on this issue. A verbal statement, be it secular or scriptural, may convey information about an existent entity. Such a statement is called a Siddha Vastu Bodhaka Vakya. The statement, fire is hot, gives information about fire, an existent entity. We have also scriptural statements such as Brahman is real, knowledge, and infinite, which are existential in as much as they give information about Brahman, the existent entity. There are also verbal statements which are injunctive, that is Vidhi Vakyas, while the injunctive statement, bring the cow, is a secular statement, Laukika Vakya. The injunctive statement, one who desires to reach heaven should perform Jyotistoma sacrifice, is a Vedic statement. Now, let us first consider the standpoint of the Mimamsakas on this problem. Though Kumarila accepts the validity of both assertive and injunctive statement, which are secular, in the case of scriptural statement, he restricts the validity to injunctive statements alone. But the Prabhakaras hold the view that only injunctive statements, whether Vedic or not, have validity in keeping the pragmatic attitude he takes of all knowledge. A meaningful statement, according to him, should lead to communicative action. This is what I've been stressing from the standpoint of Habermas and others. So a meaningful statement, according to Prabhakara, should lead to communicative action. And when a statement fails to do this, okay, then the purpose of the language is not fulfilled. Further, the Prabhakara maintains that we learn the meanings of the words and sentences through communicative action. A very beautiful example is given. For example, in a house, the father tells the servant that bring the cow and untie the horse. A child who hears these two statements tries to understand the meaning of the word untie and the word bring. And also the child learns the meaning of the word cow and horse. This is how we practice our language. We teach the language, the function of the language to a child. Now, this is very important because what the Mimamsakas would argue here is that whenever we are making a statement, there is the verb is very important. The verb, according to them, is the nucleus of the sentence, which means, when we are reading this two important theories of meaning, Anvita Bidhanavada and Abhitanavada, it is argued by the Mimamsakas that verb is the nucleus of the sentence and other parts of the sentence go around this. Why? Because the verb always makes the person to perform some action or other. So it is based on this fact, one can say that all sentences are action oriented. So all sentences are, according to the Mimamsakas, action-oriented sentences only. So communicative action is taking place here. So both for Kumarila as well as Prabhakara, they hold the general thesis that the purport of the entire Veda is action. So according to them, Veda talks about action only, because Veda, being a book of commandments, consists of injunctions and prohibitions, that is Vidhi and Nisheda, what Professor Bhatta said in the morning. Then the question is, if so, when it comes to a scripture, not only the Prabhakara, but also Kumarila restrict the validity of the injunctive statement alone. Then one may ask, what about the validity of assertive statement, Siddha Vastu Bodhaka Vakyas, which are found in the Vedas? Now, here I find that there is something very, very interesting, the interesting argument given by the Prabhakaras, as well as the the Bhattas. Now, the argument is quite interesting for the main reason that if the assertive sentences are occurring in Veda, that has to be seen only in the context of the injunctive sentences, which means assertive sentences contained in the Vedas are significant only when they are construed along with the appropriate injunctive text. So it is interesting to note in this connection that the Mimamsakas treat both the Arthavadas and Vedanta Vakya alike as a subsidiary. This is very important, subsidiary to the Vidhi Vakyas. It means that the former texts do not have an independent validity of their own, but become valid only when they are construed along with the later text. So the Vedanta texts, which are assertive in character and which has been deprived of the independent validity by the Mimamsakas. Now, this argument is very beautiful, but look at the Advaitins standpoint. Though the Advaitins are also interested in the theory of communicative action, they are not willing to accept the Mimamsaka standpoint because the theory of communicative action has to be justified by relying on the injunctive text on one hand and the theory of the centrality of the verb in a sentence on the other. What I am not elaborating this argument. What the Advaitins are trying to say is the verb cannot be the nucleus of the sentence. That is, we can't say, I mean, according to Advaitins, we can't say that all sentences are action-oriented sentences. On the other hand, we know, just now we have seen, the Mimamsakas argue that all sentences are action-oriented, and even the other sentences which are assertive in nature has to be construed along with this injunctive sentences so that their meaning can be known. So this is very clear from the standpoint of the Mimamsakas that all sentences are action-oriented. This is fine, the argument. But when you come to the Advaitins, it is very clear the Advaitins do not admit that all sentences are action-oriented sentences. Now, let me give one example from the Advaitin standpoint. The Advaitins reject the claim of the Prabhakaras that even secular statements are valid only if they lead to some kind of action. Now look at this argument. There are assertive statements like, luckily, this is a statement, luckily you are happy. Then another statement, a child is born to you, and so on, which do not prompt a person who hears them to an action, because these statements give information, that's all. When a child is born to you is only an information that is given to you, according to Advaitins. But this can be questioned, of course. What is that? Yeah, because these statements give information about an existent something, about some state of affairs. That's all. This is what the Advaitins say. Now, the nature of such statement is such that they do not call for any kind of action on the part of the hearer. But I would say there is some problem, perhaps Sir can clarify that. How can when somebody comes and tells a person that a child is born to you, how can a person be silent and say as though nothing has happened? It always prompts a person to perform some evil. If it is his own child, immediately you will run to see the baby, isn't it? So, but the Advaitins argue, in fact, when this beautiful discussion was taught by my teacher, R. Balasubramanian, in fact, I wrote this in a detailed essay in Chattopadhyay's volume, that a fifth volume, what we call, on the same topic, linguistification of the sacred, some 40 pages article, lengthy article, wherein I argued that the standpoint of the Advaitin is right up to this up to this. But after that, let us see how the argument goes. So the nature of these statements is such that they do not call for any kind of action on the part of the hearer. The statement do have communicative competence. This is how one can interpret that. One can say that there is communicative competence is very much there, but there is no communicative action which is involved as the Mimamsakas prescribe. Now look at this statement, shut the door, bring the book. These two statements immediately calls for some action. If I am uttering the sentence, shut the door, if my peon or if my servant performs this action, then this means he has understood the meaning of that. If he is silent, then there are two things. One is he doesn't want to obey my order, or he may not hear my what I said. So there are, yeah, please conclude. Thank you very much. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, I'll complete in 2 minutes. So there is always a scope for action, no doubt, but not in the case of assertive sentences. Assertive sentences can be simply heard and it will not involve a person to ask. Mandana very beautifully says that with regard to this action-oriented sentence, there are two things can be raised. One is upaya, for example, the means, the childbirth, or the end, namely upeya, happiness. So childbirth, which is a means of happiness to the person concerned has already taken place, and there is nothing to be done there too. This is a very, very slippery argument, I feel. And another statement is given by Mandana. There is a treasure beneath this place. A person, Mandana says, a person who has the competence to understand the meaning of the statement may endeavor to dig the place for the purpose of getting hold of the treasure, or keep quiet. One may keep quiet also. When somebody utters this statement, I may not be interested because I cannot dig this place. Police will catch me or Swami will kill me. So that is another thing. So after hearing the statement also, one can simply keep quiet. So there is no action that is involved. So this beautiful dialogue between the Prabhakaras and the Mimamsakas very clearly tell us that for the Mimamsaka, it is very clear. All sentences are action-oriented sentences because there is the verb is a nucleus. But the Advaitins will not accept this position. And what I am trying to say is the communicative action, which is so much popular in Western tradition, especially after the emergence of Habermas and others, is very much present in Indian tradition. And that too, there is a way of looking at our own tradition from a different standpoint. Now, this approach is avoiding the two reductionistic mistake, as I said in the beginning. So it is very much essential for us to go back to our Indian tradition and see the significance of the so-called communicative action, or the relation that exists between language and reality. So the term, the topic of my lecture, that is the linguistification of the sacred that is Vedas, which is sacred by nature, contains all injunctive sentences which convey the significant relation that exists between language and reality. That is the reason why we say it is a linguistification of the sacred. We can make the sacred truth through language. That is, language and reality are intimately related, and that can be known by using language not as a mode of communication, but as a method of understanding the metaphysical reality. With this, I thank our revered Swamiji and other members of this Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for this wonderful opportunity. And also, it is my pleasure to present my paper in presence of two my great gurus who are specialized in Indian philosophy. I always afraid to talk about Indian philosophy in presence of scholars, but as my teacher used to say that I came to Indian philosophy very late, because he used to charge Dayakrishna also by saying that he has come to Indian philosophy very late. But it doesn't matter whether one comes first or one comes last. In a cow, that horns, they grow later. Ears and other parts of the body are born with the cow, but horns are growing after some time only. But the horns are very strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. Professor Pani Selva. For that paper, wherein he spoke about or juxtaposed the Mimamsaka performative aspects of language, where Mimamsakas underscore the performative element of language, and he juxtaposed that with Habermas' communicative action, and presented the beautiful debate which Professor R. Balasubramanian has presented in the Naishkarma Siddhi, the beautiful introductory part in that volume, which was published years before. Thank you very much for that. Can we have a quick discussion, probably for 5 minutes? Yes. Yeah, please. Please ask. You are audible. Go ahead.
would like to answer you by saying that maintain that all sentences are action oriented. That's fine. So there is always a distinction between the do's and don'ts. Now, what is said comes under the category of don'ts. Now, that I would like to interpret that. My interpretation may be wrong. But when it is said, don't do that, no, you that is inaction, that you are not performing that action. That can be considered as an act. My way of interpreting it, I may be wrong.
There is no other question, that may I have the privilege to ask you a question? Chairman.
You just answered, when you say, don't do that action. Now, what have you thought about the practical consequences of such a classification?
Yeah, this, when we say don't do that, we are prescribing or we are suggesting indirectly that action has to be stopped. That is, can't we take it as a pragmatic value that no, it stops you from doing a particular action. So that means you always think about performing good actions.
That's right.
What is needed, that's all. But on the other side, there is also other part which we have to take into account, and we have to avoid that, that's all. That can be the pragmatic aspect of that.
Is normative statements the domain of ethics and religion and spirituality? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any comment that you can make on non-verbal language and where it stands
Action.
on action?
Yeah, very nice question. But I have written something on that. Now, there are two ways of understanding action. Actions performed by living being and non-living, right? Now, when we are talking about actions that is performed by the living being, there is always the agent that is involved, or we can say that there is some intention that is involved in all our actions. That intention cannot be kept away from my action. So this is what the dialogue is very much present in Western tradition. For example, Peter Winch, and then there are many other thinkers talk about that. Nagel and others talk about. They say the difference between a living and non-living is when a living being performs a particular action, the agent is there, first of all, and secondly, there is intention that is involved. When I perform a particular action, there is some intention. Otherwise, I can keep quiet. So that itself shows that intention is very important. This is how the Westerners have discussed. So intention criteria for distinguishing.
So my concern was that when you try to compare Habermas with Mimamsa, I thought that probably we can compare Mimamsakas with Austin's performative aspect, when Austin speaks about doing away with the whole of the clan of epistemologists, saying that descriptive or propositional statements are not important, but performative or prescriptive statements are significant. But communicative action, I think there is more to it in communicative action, which I think Mimamsakas don't address. This is so probably, you are juxtaposing, if you want to juxtapose Mimamsakas with some Western philosophers, probably Austin would have been a better.
Yeah, actually, I would say the entire discourse on the communicative action of Habermas is developed through Austin and Searle. Searle's speech acts has helped me a lot. But why I have taken this? Because in my talk, just I made a reference to Austin and Searle, where this locutionary, illocutionary, all this are involved. So all sentences are not descriptive in nature. All sentences, some sentences are action oriented, or we have to wait for future. For example, there will be rain tomorrow. We have to wait till tomorrow to make whether this true. That is all. But why I have used this communicative action is that when this communicative action theory was prescribed or suggested by the, by Habermas, this has picked up in the West like anything. As you know, that method is something really, it is very fascinating. So I was trying to see how our Indian philosophers have reacted. Then especially this Mimamsakas gave me a clue that all such, when we say that there are sentences which are action oriented, and that is possible through your communication. So I thought, I'm not saying that there are some parallels which can be drawn, make a division and say this side, Habermas, and no. Wherever it is possible, we can show. My contention is something different. My argument, strong argument, is why the Westerners, make a very big talk about that this is something marvelous. No, it is very much available. My entire paper, which is published long back in the Chattopadhyay volume, is an answer to some of the Western criticism that has been leveled against Indian. So my approach is a dual approach. One is that whenever you talk, the Westerners talk about action, they are talking about social action. Peter Winch, for example, Nagel, and many others. But there is always a different way of approaching the reality, and that is very much present in Indian philosophy. And the Westerners fail to understand that. Except people like Kārya, nobody has seen the linguistic turn, which is very much present.
Thank you very much for that. Should we wait for Pankaj Jain and waste comment? I think we are going to waste few minutes. Instead, may I have the pleasure to invite Srinivasa Acharya to make his presentation?
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः नारायणं प्रेतमं सन्नमामि भूया तत्त्वनिर्णयाय भगवान् आनन्दतीर्थो मुनिः विश्वेशतीर्थाय नमो नमस्ते. So I would be speaking on the ethics and metaphysics of the imperatives in Dvaita philosophy. It is a co-authored paper, so I have my colleague Vidwan Vishnuvardhan with me. So he would be speaking the last 7 minutes. So he would be speaking in Sanskrit about the problems in the fruition part of it. So, it was kind of provocative, the previous lecture was, so it actually shifted my certain thoughts from this paper, what I wanted to do. The concern of ethics has been, the word itself says it's a scientific study of ethos. So what is it that the ethos care about? Does it care about, as the Platonic world spoke of, the virtuous character, or does it speak about the duty, that what the deontological problem what Kant puts forward, or does it care about the end result of an action? So what does it care about? So how Tattvavada or Dvaita philosophy, which was propounded by Anandatirtha or Acharya Madhva, who hailed from Udupi, where right now I'm working, the Manipal University is located. So we have also an exclusive Dvaita center. My colleague is the associate coordinator for the center. So what the Dvaita philosophy or Tattvavada speaks about action or Kārya or Akārya. Of course, we all know it very well. The whole day, many people have referred to it as the Krishna himself very much suggests in the chapter 4th, Kim karma kimakarmeti kavayo petra mohitaha, and akarmanascha bodhavyam karmanascha bodhavyam cha vikarmanaha karmanascha bodhavyam gahana karmano gatihi. So he has spoken that it's not so easy to understand what is Kārya. So the word Kārya, linguistically speaking, it opens up two dimensions. One, as an effect in causality. In another sense, that's from a metaphysical standpoint, in another sense, the same, if that there is an agent behind that effect, then it opens up the ethical paradigm also. So in case of, if there is in the case of ethical paradigm, how do I know what should be done, what should not be done? So both of them are actually, in a way, one of you also asked this question, what is the difference between the do and the don't? Both of them in a way are the do's only. If I say you don't do it, means you do the opposite of it. You don't engage in it. Okay. So how do I know what should be done and what not to be done? How do I know what is the imperative? So Krishna, as again people quoted today, Tasmat Shastram Pramanante Kārya Akārya Vyavastito. Why Shastra is Pramana? If Shastra is not Pramana, then what happens is that you won't accomplish anything. That is what Krishna has already told, Nasasiddhi Mavapnoti Nasukam Naparangati. But it is very difficult to understand what is action, because in Mahabharata itself, it says, Dharmasya Vachanam Shreyaha Dharma Jnanam tu Dushkaram. It's easy to speak about you do this, you don't do this and all. But realizing it meta-ethically, understanding what is an action is really a very difficult task. I already lost 4 minutes, so I have to skip a lot of portions. Also, Arjuna has this question, is that if you are saying the entire Dvaita tradition, such as Raghavendra Tirtha Swami and others, have explicitly commented on this part in Bhagavad Gita, that Krishna says, Durena Hyavarang Karma Buddhi Yoga Dhananjaya. Avaram means the path of action is somewhere, as most of the Vedanta scholars have interpreted, is somewhere path of action is somewhere inferior compared to path of knowledge. But actually the Dvaita tradition does not vouch for this view, is that, see, everyone has this desire of liberation. What do we call liberation, salvation, emancipation, mukti, moksha, nirvana, apavarga and all? What is that? It's only two things. One is anishta nivritti, ishta prapti. What is anishta? Ajnana dukkha. That is anishta. Free from that. Ishta prapti. What is ishta? Moksha. What is that? Jnana ananda. What is our own our own genetic makeup, the conscious entity, each and every conscious entity, as the Vedanta describes, are made out of jnana and ananda. So that is what we are. We just want to experience that. But why doesn't it happen? It does not happen because we do not have the proper wisdom. Why do not we have the proper wisdom? Because our experience, we cannot perceive the past, we cannot perceive the future, we can only perceive the present. And if at all we want to communicate with the past and the distant space and distant time, the only way we have to go take refuge in rationality. But rationality is bounded, and also it's not just bounded, it's also sometimes it's straying, as the Upanishads very clearly say. The logic you cannot, the more intellectually capable you are, the logic is in your hands. So it's very difficult for you to judge what you should do and what you should not do. So then how you have to overcome this challenge? You have to go to Tesham Dukkha Prahanaya Shruti-resha Pravartate. You have to take the refuge in the literary texts such as canonical literature, Vedas and others. But those Vedas, sometimes they say you engage in knowledge more, wisdom more, because this action, it's very customary behaviors, etiquettes and protocols, ritualistic, religious rituals and so on. It's all binding in one way or the other. There is no way that we can escape this misery, because the Upanishads themselves say karmana baddhate jantuhu vidyaya cha vimuchyate. So then the path of knowledge, where I need to understand who am I and why the hell I am here, why I am suffering, why I am unable to get out of this. So to understand this, what I have to do is I have to know what is to be done. Okay. So because the action is, if I undertake a wrong action, then I will be bound here. Okay. It could be the spiritual judgments, such as the soteriological judgments, such as Naraka, Swarga, or other afterlives or so on, or even the social one. Even here, if I undertaken a wrong action, then I'm answerable to the legal system and so on. So what I'm supposed to do? Yes, of course, there are certain prescriptive actions. Most of Indian philosophers have, in the past, in the present, look at the Shastras as very deterministic in nature, one. And another thing is that it is also, in one sense, it's always telling it's prescriptive in nature. It is not giving you the autonomy of free will. Is it the case with the Shastra? I'm actually deviating from the certain points that I have written because already I have only 7 more minutes. So if I look at, if we look at Bhagavad Gita very carefully, it is also, we are all, many of us are faculty members, professors, and so on. So what happens if we, teachers and all, parents also, when they train their children, when they teach their children and they underperform, they get on our nerves. Okay, we are unable to, even our own mates or the colleagues, when they don't do the work properly, we get on our nerves. Okay, everyone has gathered. Look at the beauty of the dichotomy of Kārya and Akārya, how Krishna tackles this. So everyone, seven Akshohini Sena has gathered, and it's just about to begin the battle. At that point of time, Arjuna is in the confusion whether I'm supposed to fight or not. Is it Kārya or Akārya? Am I supposed to do this or not? Now, Krishna, look, it's very difficult to believe that in the battlefield, there was really scope for this kind of spiritual discussion. And nowhere Krishna directly responds to him. He takes almost 17 chapters of 650 verses to respond to Arjuna. And also not everything is spoken by him in those 650 verses. In this also, what Krishna at the end remarks is also very important aspect. So he says, it's a seed for epistemological thought. So what Krishna says is that, look at how Krishna intertwines epistemology and ethics. So Krishna says, see, whatever I'm supposed to tell, I have already told. Now you don't fight because I have told you. You have to engage in your action by yourself. You should not come and later and tell me because you told me. We do this in our work, in our school. Because you told me to do this, I didn't do this properly. If I had done by myself, I would have done it better. Krishna says, you don't do this to me. Okay, I am here to provide guidance, counseling. Undertaking it, I'm a doctor. I will prescribe medicines. But if you, without acquiring MBBS, you want to go to the counter and tell them, no, 10 medicines I don't want, I only want 5 medicines. The applied ethics. If you want to do it in your own way, you do it. But the pala will be yours. You cannot come and question me tomorrow. So Krishna says, Vimarshaita dasheshena yatechasi tatakuru. You do the way you want. That we would have, if our people had not performed better, we would have gotten a lot angry. But Krishna is not like that. He says, even if you want to take a call, go home, fine. But you have to take the right call. How can we take the call? Can our experience help us? Madhvacharya, interestingly, the Vedanta people, they all love literature, particularly Vedic literature. For them, Vedas is everything. But Madhvacharya says this in Vishnu Tattvanirnaya, Nacha Anubhava Virode Agamasya Pramanyam. If your ears are far away, distant from your eyes, then Agama is not Pramana. So Agama cannot, then what is that? Krishna told Shastram Pramanante Kārya Akārya Vyavasthito. Madhvacharya says Agama cannot be epistemological tool for judging certain things. Is Madhvacharya contradicting himself in other texts or with Krishna or with the entire Vedanta tradition? No. What he means by Anubhava here in his Brahmasutra Bhashya, he clarifies Shastrartha Yuktanubhava Pramanam Tuttamam Matam. The experience that is Yukta, logically validated. Okay. Yukta, Yukti Yukta Anubhava. Yukta Anubhava with the help of Shastrartha. So you have to read your own school, other schools, and then come to a conclusion. Okay, you have to make that choice. You have to make that rational decision of the interpretation. And then you have to act or enact. So Madhvacharya has elaborately, my colleague has to speak. So Madhvacharya has elaboratedly spoke in 6 to 7 texts. The texts are Sadachara Smriti, Tantra Sara Sangraha, Krishnamrita Maranava, Om Tat Sat Pranava Kalpa, and so on. In 7 texts, very voluminous works out of his 50 works. What he has done, he has given a detailed of all, like any other Vedanta scholar, what you are supposed to do, what you are not supposed to do. Shankaracharya has posed this very beautiful view in his Bhaja Govindam, says, Samprapte Sannite Kale Nahi Nahi Rakshati Dukring Karane. So you go behind linguistics, logic, philosophy of language and all, it's not going to help you out at the time when the time comes. So Madhva says, whatever you do. So he says that Dharmene Ejja Sadhanani Sadayitva Vidanatah Snatva Sampujayet Vishnum Vedatrukta Margatah Smritva Sarvottamam Vishnum Swadhyayen Archayet Dharim Dhyana Pravachanabhyam Va Yata Yogyam Upasyatam. So he speaks about what Upanishad says, Swadhyaya Pravachanabhyam Na Pramaditavyam Taditapas Taditapa. That is your action. But he says there is a bigger action than that. What is that? Is your moral, social responsibility, not corporate social responsibility. That is for a business purpose. That's useless, to be honest. That's a charity run for namesake, just for behind their own names. It is individual social responsibility. It's public social responsibility. What Madhvacharya says, there are two things that for you, whatever you do, even you do for yourself or for others, you will be the one who will be reaping the fruits. Kurubungshocha karma nijam niyatam. He also says, very interestingly, Nana Janasya Shushrusha Karmeti Karavanmitehe Yogartinatu Sakarya. We are Ishavasyam Idam Sarvam. We are living in the house of the God. He has, she has created the whole universe. Okay, Vishnu is the supreme being. He is not bound by gender. So he's Mohini, he's Narayana. He is not bound by anything. There is no gender barrier for him. That is why Vishnu Sahasranama starts with Vishwam, not with Vishnu. Okay, Vishwam, Vishnu, Vashatkaro. So he's neuter gender, he's masculine, there are no any kind of limitation in Vishnu. Now, what you have to do, you are living in his house, your action is that you have to pay taxes, rent, monthly rent. What is that? Nana Janasya Shushrusha. Tasya Pranyupakarena Santushto Bhavatishwaraha. You help everyone. 15 minutes are over. I'll try to take 1 minute and then conclude it. Not conclude it, I'll pass it on. So what Madhva says interestingly is that we all have this behavior. Padma Purana criticizes this behavior. So how our ethics is, see why we eat, I'm not offending anyone, we eat anything and everything, okay? But why we have not resorted to the cannibalistic practices? You know why? Because humans are very clever. If we start that, one day we will be on someone's table. So to avoid that, what we have done, we do everything that is good for us, and whatever that is not good for us, we will either we'll go to a coconut shop, ask them, what is this coconut? 15 rupees, okay, for house. What is this? 5 rupees coconut, then for temple. That's how our behavior is when it comes to dana and all. That is what we do. Actually, what Padma Purana says is what the essence of Madhva's philosophy. Padma Purana says, Shruyatam dharma sarvasvam, Shrutva chaiva vedharyatam, Atmana pratikulani nakadapi paresham na samacharet. Dharma is that what you are going to do to yourself is what you have to do to the other. That is what is Karya. That is what is karma. That karma is asakti karma. Asakti karma means you are not going. See, this is a very brilliant idea in what Krishna says is that don't focus on result. Focus on action. Because if I focus on result, what I will do, I want to get this, I want to get this, I want to get this. I will focus on what I want. But how I will achieve that part I will forget. So focus on what you are supposed to do. The fruit will be by default. The moment your action is effective, the fruit will be by default. So the entire Vedanta tradition, particularly Madhva tradition, follows this Gita's philosophy and the entire Itihasa Purana category philosophy. What is, in Professor Panneerselvam's word, what is the categorical imperative, the Kantian term? The categorical imperative is that you follow Shastras after churning the Shastras, after ruminating the Shastras, and then you make that rational decision. That's why Krishna told you do what I have told everything. Now it is up to you. That is what our action is. That is the ethical imperative. What we are supposed to do for ourselves, that is what we are supposed to do for the world. Not that we segregate ourselves, make it very self-centric, and don't care about the world. That is the Akarya, and this is the Karya. Now, I invite my colleague Vidwan Vishnuvardhan from Manipal University to speak the method of the imperative action. Welcome.
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् पीठे विराजमानान् श्रीपादान् भक्त्या शिरसा नमस्कृत्य यत्किञ्चित् मम वाक्व्यापारं कर्मार्पणं कार्यम् अन्यत्तु अकार्यम् इत्य विषयमुद्दिश्य यत्किञ्चित् मम वाग्व्यापारं कर्तुम् उत्सहे आचार्यमध्वेन तथा कृष्णेन च उक्तं यत् करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोसि ददासि यत् यत् तपस्यसि कौन्तेय तत् कुरुष्व मदर्पणम् कृष्णार्पण धिया कर्म तावत् करणीयम् तदेव परमो धर्मः यत् परमो धर्मः तदेव कार्यः परमधर्म एव कार्यः परमधर्मत्वेन तत्र कर्मार्पणं हि अभिहितं कुतः कर्मार्पणं परमधर्मत्वेन अभिहितम् इति चेत् यदि कर्मार्पणं न क्रियते तर्हि वयं कर्मेण बद्धो अभूवं कथं तत्तु वैषम्यनैर्घृण्यादिकरणे बादरायणेन परम्परया कर्मस्वरूपं निरूपितं तेन जानीमो वयं एता कर्मस्वरूपस्तु एवं वर्तते तन्निवृत्तिस्तु अस्माभिः कथं करणीयमिति आचार्येण वैषम्यनैर्घृण्यादिकरणे तावत् वैषम्यनैर्घृण्ये न सापेक्षत्वात् तथा हि दर्शयति इति सूत्रं तत्र पूर्वपक्षस्तु एवं वर्तते कुतः ईश्वरः लोके कांश्चन जनान् दुःखान् अनुभवयति कांश्चनान् सुखान् कांश्चनान् आगर्भ श्रीमतः करोति कांश्चनान् अकिञ्चनः करोति कुतः एवं क्रियते कुतः एवं क्रियते भगवता ईश्वरेण एतादृशकरणे नियामकम् अस्ति न वा विना नियामकं नास्ति चेत् सः विषमः निर्घृणः विषमः इति चेत् पक्षपाती भवति निर्घृणस्तु करुणारहितः निर्घृणः स्यात् कुतः इत्यत्र विमर्शः तावत् एवमेव जायते कांश्चन सुखान् विना कारणेन कुतः करणीयं कांश्चनान् आगर्भ श्रीमतः कुतः करणीयम् इत्यत्र नियामकं नो चेत् सः पक्षपाती स्यात् तर्हि नियामकमस्ति तत्र किं तत् कर्म एव नियामकः तत्र कर्मापेक्षया सः अन्यान् कांश्चनान् दुःखयति अन्यान् सुखयिष्यति एवमेव कर्मनिवृत्तीकृत्यैव सः एवं करोति चेत् तदा भगवान् स्वतन्त्रो न स्यात् सः स्वतन्त्रो न स्यात् इति आक्षेपश्चेत् तर्हि ईश्वरः कर्मादीनपेक्षैव फलं ददाति इति सिद्धान्तः कर्मादीन अपेक्ष्य सः क्रियते चेत् तर्हि तस्य स्वातन्त्र्यं भग्नं खलु इति चेत् तत्र दृष्टान्तस्तावत् एवं वर्तते यथा अन्य औषधि दानसमर्थोपि वैद्यः रोगमपेक्षैव औषधिं ददाति तेन ज्ञायते तस्य स्वातन्त्र्यं तावत् अन्य औषधिदानसमर्थोपि सः किं क्रियते रोगमपेक्षैव क्रियते तद्वत् अन्यफलदानसमर्थोपि भगवान् फलमपेक्षैव तस्य फलं ददाति इति तद्वत् इति परन्तु तत्र कर्मस्वरूपं तावत् विस्तृतं बादरायणेन वैषम्यनैर्घृण्ये इत्यनेन वाक्येन वैषम्यनैर्घृण्ये इति पूर्वपक्षश्चेत् न सापेक्षत्वात् सापेक्षत्वात् कर्म सापेक्ष एव ददाति तत्र कर्मस्वरूपस्तु एवं वर्तते कर्मणः अनादित्वं नाम कर्मस्तावत् अनादिभूतं कर्मं निमित्तीकृत्य एव फलं ददाति कर्मणः अनादित्वं नाम प्रवाहतः अनादित्वं तत्र अभिहितम् एतद्देशे एतत्काले अनुभूयमानकर्मणः पूर्वजन्मकृतं कर्म कारणं भवति एवमेव तादृश एतत्काले अनुभूयमान सुखदुःखयोः पूर्वकर्माधीनत्वं तत्पूर्वकर्म ईश्वराधीनं न वा नो चेत् स न स्वतन्त्रः तदधीनं चेत् तर्हि स्वाधीनकर्मणा सुखदुःखं रूपं फलं ददाति इति पुनः विषमः निर्गुणः एव सः किञ्च पूर्वजन्मकृतकर्मणोऽपि तत्पूर्वकर्म कारणम् उच्यते चेत् पूर्वकर्मणोऽपि तत्पूर्वकर्मणाम् इति आदिमं कर्मं कारणं भवति तदाद्यकर्म भगवदधीनं न वा एतादृश कर्म 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 शब्देन तावत् कर्मस्तावत् एतादृश कर्मसङ्कुलस्तावत् बहु विस्तृतः इति ज्ञानं भवति कथं तर्हि कर्माचरणीयं कर्मम् आचरणीयं वा न वा कर्मकार्यं न वा इति तावत् संशयः अस्माकं मनसि वर्तते तदा कर्मस्तावत् करणीयम् उपनिषत् वाक्यस्तावत् एवं वर्तते कुर्वन्नेवेह कर्माणि जिजीविषे शतं समाः एवं त्वयि नान्यते तोस्ति न कर्म लिप्यते नरे अकुर्वतः कर्म लिप्यते इति नास्ति कर्मस्तावत् करणीयमेव तर्हि यदि अहं कर्म करोमि कर्मपाशेन बद्धो स्याम् कथं तर्हि विमोचकः कथं तर्हि कर्मेण मुक्तः स्यामहम् इति चेत् तदुपायस्तु श्रीमदाचार्येण उक्तम् अक्षयं कर्म यस्मिन् परे स्वर्पितं प्रक्षयं यान्ति दुःखानि यन्नामतः अक्षरो योजरः सर्वदेवामृतः कुक्षिगं यस्य विश्वं सदा जालिकं प्रीणयामो वासुदेवं देवतामण्डलाखण्डमण्डनम् we have कर्म अर्पणस्तावत् भगवद् प्रीत्यर्थं कार्यं भगवत् प्रीत्यर्थं क्रियते चेत् तदा कर्मलेपः न भवति वयं कर्मबद्धः न भूभुवम् इति उक्त्वा मम वाग्व्यापारात् विरमामि श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु
Thank you very much for those two presentations. My good friend Srinivas Acharya, I have heard him even earlier, spoke about Madhwa's take on the Kārya Akārya debate. Atmana Pratikulani Pare na Samachare. And his young friend who spoke in Sanskrit, lovely. I disliked so much to stop you, but nevertheless, who again spoke on the beautiful debate that exists whether God is free or none, or whether he is partial, or this debate, how Indian responds for that. Thank you very much for these two presentations. Can we have a discussion? Yeah.
Karma. Karma does bind. How do we escape is that it is just what Krishna has already spoken. So if we look at the whole Sarvamula text, today in academic, something like we have to cite people, the citation, references and all. If you look at most of the Indian philosophers and particularly Madhvacharya, he's full of citations. So he would be citing whatever he says, he will make a point and cite Krishna. So Krishna has explicitly told how does karma does not bind us. It does not bind us only when we are not obsessed with the fruit of it. We are not doing for the part of that we would be getting something out of it. We should not do that. That is what they are calling it asanga or asakti. That is one way of escaping. Another way of escaping it, that is only possible. The asanga is only possible if we have to get out of that. It is only possible if we have proper wisdom. What we are engaging, what happens is that most of the religious rituals and all, even I do, every day morning I do. But I have taken this oath of like avaseva, pravaseva, sarvavastangato japet. Whatever, wherever I am, I'll be traveling, doing something, I'll do the mantra. it's actually a namesake, nominal doing. It's just I'm doing it for the sake of it. That should not be the case of doing mantra. Every mantra, the way it has to be pronounced is like up. It's not a. It's like a 9-month-old pregnant lady walking. What would be the pace? That should be the pace of the mantra ucharana. And even the karma, karana, the act also should be that slow, because that is like if you are eating a good, here we are in Tamil Nadu, so Chennai, my hometown, the best place for the South Indian food. If we are eating it, we have to relish it, every bit of it. We have to savor it. Like that, our actions have to be. That is not the case with our actions. Even our office duty, professional, personal, spiritual, all the duties that we take are just, we are doing it. We just want to finish it. Even this conference, we just want to finish and then look at the time, go out, look at the tea break. This is what binds us. If we are doing it with our utmost dedication, commitment, devotion, we will be able to overcome the problems of the bondage of the karma. That's the Madhva's response. Okay, very interesting question. I could not delve much upon the metaphysical status of the imperative. I took certain things for granted. They are intertwined. Like Krishna says, "My sarvam idam protam sutre maniganaya." Everything is intertwined here. It's very hard to distinguish what is the metaphysical aspect of it and what is the ethical aspect of it, because the karma itself is a metaphysical category. So it asks us to take an ethical attitude. It is asking us to have an ethical attitude, but itself is a metaphysical category.
We are seeing it in the social realm also.
Yeah, society itself, there are philosophers. Philosophers are the worst kind of people. So if you ask them what is society, they will go to certain different debates, Cartesian debates and all. Finally, it will come to the society itself is a metaphysical category. So there is nothing that is not metaphysical in this universe.
Is there any more questions? Now to be able to go to the next presentation.
Is it possible to pursue this offline somewhere? Because I have some questions and I don't want.
But you ask your question now. Let us also take the question.
The first question is you.
Yeah, actually, Makandan was making a very important point, that what I meant about the practical consequences of forgetting this pragmatism are enormous, politically and spiritually, for a country like this. So we need to emphasize this aspect even more than we have. It's not a matter of just, epistemological debate or something like that. It has consequences, life and death consequences. And I would like you to sort of shed some light on that. And Kurukshetra is almost a metaphor or a paradigm for this. I submit. Because when we talk about the Akshoinis, it is really life and death, and only 5 or 7 survivors at the end of it. So maybe you can, dilate a bit.
Yeah, so there is this, most of the non-Indian thinkers, not just Western, other parts of the world. So they have this some sort of argument against Indian schools of thought is that it's always metaphysical. It's always something spiritual. It does not have any relevance to the everyday society. That's not the case. Example that you gave about the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata war. Mahabharata war is not the story or a history of some warring cousins had died 2000 years ago and all. It's a story of us. Like I am at a certain times I might have multiple personality disorder, not an onion movie, but so I might behave like a Duryodhana for a second. I might behave like a Karna. One good example about Karna, most people think Karna is an amazing character and there are a lot of books about it. But what they forget about Karna is that it's very important for us to realize what we are in this world when we have to act, what we are supposed to do. So Karna represents this very interesting character. Duryodhana relied upon Karna for Everything. That whole battle Duryodhana's plan was based on Karna. But that fellow, just because the day before he got insulted, for first out of the 18 days, 60% absent.
Yes.
So 10 days he was not at all in the battlefield. This speaks about how if we also do this many times. Our ego, sometimes we are celebrated, appreciated, sometimes we are not. So we just get immersed in ourselves. So each and every aspect of Mahabharata battle and this Shastra, it's not only, it's also speaking about the spiritual world, which is very much important, but at the same time, it's also directly communicating to the social world. In that way, what Habermas has spoken about the communicative action in his public sphere debate, it also is very much applicable to our vernacular behavior. So in that sense, Indian philosophy and culture is also very much relevant to the social needs.
That's
I hope I answered.
very interesting. And this defamation of Karna also, if I may add slightly, has the consequences for worshipping the wrong gods, you know, and setting wrong example.
Yes. Would you say, according to the text that you have read, that thought is also in action?
Yes, of
Attention
course.
is also.
Yes.
Could you give a little bit more insight?
See, thinking is, for example, manana, I need to employ my psychological asset that ontological asset that I have to employ it on doing something. So I'll just deviate a bit and then answer with this question so that it might, so there were, Pandavas were having this debate, which is the greatest meaning of life, Purushartha. So, Yudhishthira obviously will say Dharma. Arjuna, he was the finance minister in Yudhishthira's portfolio, he said Artha. And Nakula Saradeva, they said Moksha. Bhima said desire, Kama is the greatest Purushartha. Then they all questioned, why Kama? Then Bhima answered, Kama is the greatest Purushartha because everyone wants to do something. Do you want Dharma to do? Then that is also want, desire. You want Artha, that is also want, desire. You want Moksha, that is also want, desire. So Kama is the greatest Purushartha. Yudhishthira replied, no, Kama is not the greatest Purushartha. Why? Because I don't want anything. Krishna suddenly jumped and replied, you don't want anything is also a want. So similarly, I hope this itself answers in your case. Even thinking is also I'm doing something. So that is also an action.
What is akarma according to Dvaita? Like we know the Shankara interpretation of akarma. What is Dvaita?
So karma is the appropriate imperative action. Vikarma is the opposite one. Akarma is completely inaction, not participating at all. This is one interpretation of akarma. Non-participating, not doing anything. But Krishna has already critiqued it. It's impossible for people like us but it's not possible. What actually here it means, it's even though it's part of there is a certain complication. I'm unable to remember the term here. So there are two ways of looking at akarma. One is the way Madhva connects everything to Adhyatma. So Kapali Shastri also wrote about Madhva Vedana Adhyatma Paratana Sthiti Konama Brute Madhva Bhasheshu Jagratsu. So A is Brahma, A is Brahma. So Brahma's karma, not our karma. Okay. So it is Brahma is the one who does everything. That is what Karmanya Karma Pachet Akarmanicha Karmaya is. I don't, that is what even in 5th chapter, when Nakartratum Nakarmani Lokasya Sridati Prabhu Nakarma Palasanyogam Swavastu Pravartate. So here also Nakarmani Nakartratum Sridati Lokasya Sridati means it is not that we are doing, it's not our agency alone. That is what in 18th chapter also Krishna clarified by Adhishtanam Tata Karta Karanancha Pratakvedam Panchaitani Nimbodhame. So in that sense, this is one way of responding to the question.
Why are you taking this much?
Pardon?
Why are you taking this much? No. She's offering you the honor of the mic. No, I know, but I can speak without if I may. Yeah, I just wanted to make two points emerging out of this discussion. The first point being that. Yeah. Can I?
No, please.
I can defer it. Oh, thank you. Just 2 points. The first point being what you hinted that the action of the Bhagavad Gita is also internal and psychological. Now, Gandhiji made this point. He believed it because it was his favorite text, and everyone said, but this is a text that incites you to violence. He said, no, I don't look at it like that. The war is internal, and the Kauravas and the Pandavas are tendencies inside the human being. Each one of us has these tendencies. But the first person to do this was actually Abhinav Gupta. He's the one who said that there's no war out there, and these are all internal tussles that are going on a daily basis. So this is one footnote, and the person who's done a work on Abhinav Gupta's commentary on the Gita is Dr. Arvind Sharma. That was his PhD at Harvard. So that's one comment. The second comment about karma, vikarma, and akarma, chapter 4 of the Gita. I think the very interesting take on it is by Vinoba Bhave in his commentary. I think Godavari Sharma ji is going to speak on it maybe tomorrow. But Vinoba has a completely different understanding of vikarma. For him, vikarma is not prohibited action or contrary action, but vikarma is that transformative, you might say dialectical opposite of karma, which is binding, which cuts karma so that you become free of karma, which is what he considers akarma. So he says that karma yoga, if practiced properly, leads to akarma, where there's zero accumulation of karma, total freedom, and happiness, and spontaneous and perfect action. Thank you. Just 2 comments.
You know, one small addition to this beautiful Vivechan is citing of Duryodhan that you made. You know, Janami Dharmam, Nachame Pravrutti, you know, that also. And he knows Nivrutti also, but and then he attributes it to the inner Lord. You see the buck passing. That is also an interesting aspect. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that beautiful discussion that followed. This is exactly what is expected in a seminar, I suppose. Thank you, Swamiji, for permitting to take extra time. The seminar is not mine. No. Let's go to the next presentation. Rana Purushottam ji will come online. Welcome, Purushottam ji. You can listen to me. Yeah, I see.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello. Professor Nair.
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. We can hear you very well.
Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Oh. So Kiritinang Gadinang Chakrahasta Mikshami Twang Drashtumahang Tathaiva Tenaiva Rupena Chaturbhujena Sahasravaho Bhav Vishwamurte Yang Brahma Varunendra Rudra Astuvanti Debya Then I salute Lord Krishna, the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, and now I salute most respected Swami Hari Prasad ji, our Guruji, Chairperson, Professor Srikala Nair, Professor Paneer Selvam-ji, Professor Sakuntala Bora. It's really a matter of great satisfaction and joy for me for sharing my view on karma and akarma. This is the key word and key concept in Indian philosophy and in Indian knowledge system. The whole world is moving around karma and how to do karma, how to perform karma, its resultant, and how it's create impact on our day-to-day life, social life, national life, and universal life. First of all, here I would discuss how the karma have been explained in prehistoric archaeological findings, the meditation, the meditational practices from Harappa, Mohenjo-daro up to the Vedic era. This is very common thing that the source of Indian knowledge is cosmos. We receive knowledge from the Brahma, our rishis. They just sit for meditation. They want to connect themselves with the Brahma, the ultimate reality, the cosmos, and they got all solutions of life and everything. So the Indian system, the Indian scriptures have talked about karma and akarma extensively. And this is the difference between Indian knowledge system and Western knowledge system. We receive in Indian system from the cosmos, and in Western system, they receive everything from material sources. And that is why they initially, they were not accepting our knowledge, accepting our experiential knowledge. Now, the greatest achievement of 21st century is the experiential thing. The experiential knowledge system of India can be proved through experimental experiments, and it can be proved there. We can establish a link between experiential knowledge and experimental knowledge. In Indian scriptures, Gita is the great source of knowledge, where there is a great discussion on karma and akarma. But in Gita, Krishna says that how you have to use karma, how you have to perform karma and experience the result of the karma. So while you are performing, what should be the mental state? He says that bhumi rapo yanalo vayu khang mano buddhirevcha ahankar ityang me bhinna prakirti rashtadha aparayamitastva vanya pravritti vidhi me param जीव भूता महाबाहो यदेदं धारयते jagat. The earth, water, fire, air, sky, mind, intellect, and ego. Everywhere I am. So, even the Jada and the Chetan, both are my manifestation. Both are the manifestation of the Brahma. So, while you are performing any action on earth, water, fire, you are using your mind, you are using your intellect, ego. Always consider, be alert that this is all these 8 things are manifestation of Brahma. So, whatever you are doing, whatever you are dealing with, you are dealing with the Brahma. So, in Gita, Bhagavan has given the proper way how to perform karma and what is karma. In the next portion of Gita, Bhagavan says, Punyo gandha prithibhyang cha tejasyasming vibhavaso jivanang sarva bhutesu tapasyasming tapasvishu. I am the essence of the earth. I am the heat in the fire. I am the life force in all beings. And I am the tapo, in all mendicants. So here, Bhagavan Shri Krishna says that not a single corner of the universe is free from Brahma. And whatever you are doing, whatever you are performing in any part of the world, in any corner of the cosmos, you are dealing with me. So, this is the key to the solution of the world problems, because the whole world is product of karma. After Industrial Revolution, how and in which direction world is moving, because of the wrong theorization, we have forgotten that the earth is not a mother earth, and we have we are not behaving like that. We are not behaving properly with the nature. So, and even Buddhism also. In 5th century BC, the Buddha has elaborated almost the same thing. Whatever Sanatana scriptures have discussed in different way, maybe methodology can differ, but the essence is the same. In the beginning, I told you that in Indian system, we receive knowledge, we receive jnana from the Brahma. When we establish connection with the ultimate reality, and indirectly it has been accepted through Vijnanavada in Buddhism also. So, Gita, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the Krishna has explained the methods, how and what is karma and what is akarma. And the same thing have been explained in Buddhism also, Buddhist scriptures also. Here, Buddha says, Gatadhino visokassa cha vippamuttassa sabbadhi sabba gantha pahina sa parilaho na vidyati. Gatadhino visokassa. Those who have traveled on the path of the world, the spiritual path, because you might have heard the highways, the communication highways, cyber highways. Now in India, it is product of 19th century, but in India, we have a spiritual highway. The highway on which journey starts from suffering and then it goes up to the level of nirvana or moksha. And there is a methodology how to move on this highway. So the Buddha says that those who have completed his journey on the way of life, on the way of samsara, who is free from sorrow and the defilements of his mind is already removed, extinguished, then he has no suffering. And the karma, the whole activities of life, according to Buddhism and according to Indian scriptures, the great scholars are sitting there on Indian philosophy. They can examine that the whole system is regulated by the karma only. And the whole karma is the mental one. The karma is mental construct. Chetanahang bhikkhave kammang vadami. O monks, the karma is the intention, the mental construct. Because karma comes in mind first. This is very simple thing, but its practice is difficult. Here at another place also, Buddha says, Kamma sak satta, kamma daida, kamma yoni, kamma patisarna, kamman tve vanayati, sugating tiba, dugating tiba. Whatever your present life is, this is product of your karma. Whatever you are getting as a result of your karma. Whatever yoni you have, human, manushya yoni, human being, pashu yoni, pret yoni, whatever yoni you have, this is based on karma. And the karma brings you happy or unhappy life, sorrow, suffering, or bliss. So, the whole scripture is moving around the concept of karma in Buddhism. This is very important because the Buddha says that I discuss only two things. Dve ime bhikkhave desemi dukkhang cha dukh nirodhang cha. There is suffering and there is removal of suffering. So the path, the way which leads, which starts from the point of suffering, it leads up to the point of bliss, nirvana, moksha. Here, in simple way, Buddha has explained, classified moral action and immoral action. And then he classified physical action, vocal action, and mental action. Here also, Buddha suggests that Mulato sab kammang mansikang ev. All karmas are mental and nothing else. Whatever physical action you are doing, manasming yev idisang pavattanang sabba pathamang dissati. Whatever action you are performing, it first appears in your mind. Its planning, its action part, and if you are an intelligent one, then its consequence also. So, and how the moral action kusal kammang? Kusal hetu sampayutta kammang kusal kammang means the moral roots, the karma which is associated with the moral roots and immoral roots, that is moral and immoral karma. A very famous verse in literature and almost 25 countries, this verse have been engraved on the inscriptions in Pali and Sanskrit. That is, ye dhamma hetu pahva tesang hetu tathagato ah tesang cha yo nirodho evam vadi mahasamanoti. Ye dhamma hetu pahva. Whatever Sanskrit dharmas are product of hetus. And those who knows the hetu, the roots, they can make their life happy. Tesang hetu, the Buddha has explained these hetus, these roots. And because of these roots, the suffering, knowing. Here in Buddhism, knowing means it should be a part of your life. Knowing means not knowing the theory only. So, ये धम्मा हेतु पहवा तेसंग हेतु तथागतो आह tesang chayo nirodho. The cessation of these hetus evam vadim mahasamnoti. This is the solution of the Buddha. And again, when Buddha got enlightenment, and as whatever he uttered as first verse, Udan, the first Udan says that Yada have patu bhavanti dhamma ata pino jhayato brahmanassa athasya kankha bapayanti sabba yato pajanati. This is the concluding remark. Yato pajanati sahetu dhammam yada have patu bhavanti dhamma. When the nature of the dharma is clear to a mendicant Brahman.
Purushottam ji,
Yes.
can you wind up in another 2-3 minutes, please? Your time is over.
Give me 5 minutes only.
Please
5
go
minutes.
ahead. Yeah, please go.
So, and why, how a mendicant, what he gets after meditation, he gets that the whole world, the everything is dependently originated, and it is product of the karma, the products of the root, hetu. And here the Buddha has extensively in Pali Avidhamma discussed about the different types of karmas. Moral karmas in Kamavachar Kusalchit, in Kamalok, immoral karmas in Kamlok, and inoperative karmas in Kamlok. Again in Rooplok, again in Aruplok, and again in Lokutta, a state of mind and a state of karma. So, in very minute form, Buddha has explained this karma in almost all scriptures. Then it comes the practical part, and that should be a karma. Because in Upanishad also, we have the concept of amani bhav. Amani bhav and nishkam karma yogam also. Buddha again talks about the akarma, and the first step is Brahma Vihar, that is Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and at the end Upekha. Inoperative consciousness, inoperativeness. And the second aspect is whatever you are doing, always keep in your mind that everything is impermanent, everything is matter of suffering, and there is nothing like permanent soul. This is the position of the Buddha. Sabbe sankhara anichati yada panyaya pasati tang nibbindati dukhe es dhammo sanantano. And very strictly, at the end, Buddha says that in a Vidhamma, there should be the Kiriya Chitta, the karma without attachment, karma without longing, and it should be the Kiriya Chitta. There should be no result out of the karma. And after doing this karma through Kiriya Chitta, then one can attain the ultimate bliss, the ultimate nirvana. And here there is Both the systems, Gita, Upanishad and Buddhism, are same. They are at the equal platform. So, through Kriyachit in operative consciousness, Buddha says, first of all, you have to leave the immoral action. Then you have to perform moral action. And then you have to leave moral action also. And you have to change yourself, switch over to inoperative action. And what is the aim and objective of life? Here Buddha says in Arya Pariyasana Sutta, Ekaccho bhikkhave, ekaccho attana jati dhammo samano, jati dhamme adi navang viditva, ajatang anuttarang yogakkhamang nibbanang parivesati. O monks, what should be the aim and objective of life? Knowing that we are a born one. Evam jaten machena katabbang kusalang bahu. The man who is born, the being who is born, consider this fact. And then you have to start that we should end this process of birth and death and reach up to the ultimate position, the ultimate reality, that is Nirvana, that is Moksha, that is Kaivalya. This is the concept of karma and akarma in Buddhism, and later on, Sabbe Sankhara, the concept Sabbe Sankhara, Anicchati Yada Panyaya Passati. Everything is impermanent, has been elaborated in Madhyamik Darshan, that is called Shunyavad also, and more elaboration in other schools of philosophy. But the essence is this karma, which is the regulator of the whole world, and because of not understanding each and every aspect as Brahma, as each and every element of the world as Brahma, we have misconducted, we have done wrong deeds in the world, and ultimately we are on the verge of destruction. So there is a solution of world peace, solution of damage control, whatever damage we have done in Indian scriptures, and we have to understand the true nature of karma and akarma. Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji, for inviting me for this beautiful event.
Thank you, Purushottamji, for this Buddhist extension of the theory of karma, providing the Buddhist version of the theory of karma in the Kārya and Akārya debate. Is there any question that's posed to him? Thank you, Purushottamji. Thank you very much for this interesting paper. Yes. The question and the answer should be brief and fast.
What is the method adopted in Buddhism for self-correction? Does it start with self-observation? How do they go step by step towards nirvana? Do they adopt some steps? Does it start with self-observation? And then gradually it goes up, and then finally they reach nirvana. It is only the mental thing there. The Buddhism talks about mental state of mind. Is it so? The method of self-correction I am talking about.
Purushottamji, please go ahead.
The whole Buddhist scripture is roaming around the self-correction, and from the beginning, you have to understand the suffering of your life, the root cause of suffering you have to understand, the removal of suffering, and then there is a prescribed path. How you can move through the path up to the stage of nirvana, the one method. The another method is, because in Buddhism, the Buddha has prescribed 3 methods. Pariyatti, that is scriptures. You acquire knowledge through scriptures. Patipatti, the practice on whatever discussed in the scriptures, and Pativedhan, the realization. So you have to follow the 3 methods, 3 stages. You have to go through the Pariyatti, you have to go through the Patipatti, the practice, and Pativedhan also. And so without a scriptural knowledge, the correction is little bit difficult. And now you have to do vipassana meditation. They just give you certain tips, and you have to, ultimately you have to purify your mind. And after purification of mind, the self-correction is possible. This is very practical.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question as well as the response for that. Thank you, Purushottamji.
Welcome.
So now we have one presentation which is recorded of Professor Pankaj Jain. He would involve in this Kārya and Akārya debate from the Jain perspective. So let's listen to him. There will not be any discussion since it is a recorded talk.
Hello and namaste. In my presentation, I'm focusing on the idea of karma in Jainism. As we know, karma is a very important topic, very important notion across all philosophical traditions of India. But in most other traditions, karma is taken as a metaphysical idea. But here in Jainism, karma takes a physical form. So it's almost like dust particles, physical particles that get attached to soul. Soul is a metaphysical idea and dust particle is a physical idea, but something that is physical is attaching to something that is metaphysical. That's where Jain idea of karma takes a really different form, different view altogether. So let me share my screen and then I'll discuss it further. And here it is. Share screen. Okay, so this is my presentation. And so, yes, so as I said, karma is like the dust particles on the soul. All right. So what are the, so first slide, in the first slide, I'm discussing what are the causes of karma from Jain perspective, why exactly these karma particles get attached to the soul. So first notion that is unique to, again, to Jainism is that there are some thing called kashayas. Kashayas are the glue of passions: anger, pride, deception, greed. That is krodh, mad, moh, and lobh. These are the glue that are present on our soul, and they attract these karma particles, and which get polluted, which pollutes the soul. The karma particles further pollute the soul. False belief is another reason karma particles get attracted to the soul. Lack of discipline in one's practice, carelessness, doing mental, physical, or verbal violence, mental, physical, verbal activities in general itself causes karma particles to pollute the soul. Now, whereas yoga is a very positive, grand idea in Hinduism, Buddhism, here yoga word takes another kind of almost like a negative turn in Jainism. Yoga is any mental, physical, verbal activities that is attracting karma particles to soul. So yoga is to be shunned away. Yoga is to be reduced in Jain perspective. So do we have any example in Jain history where somebody cleansed off his soul completely? Zero karma particles were left on Mahavir's soul when he attains nirvana. So while he was doing his penance, his austere practices, meditations, and so on, let me read the quote now. So while all these practices he was doing, he was struck with a stick, the fist, a lance, hit with a fruit, a clod, a potsherd, beating him again and again. Many cried when he once sat without moving his body. Many cut his flesh, tore his hair under pain, or covered him with dust. Throwing him up, they let him fall, or disturbed him in his religious postures. Abandoning the care of his body, the venerable one humbled himself and bore pain, free from desires. As a hero at the head of the battle is surrounded by all sides, so was there Mahavira. Bearing all hardships, the venerable one, undisturbed, proceeded on the road to nirvana. There's a Jain text, Shwetambar text called as Acharang Sutra, chapter 8, verse 356, page 60, that describes how exactly Mahavira cleansed off his soul, even as many were torturing him, beating him, giving all kinds of pain to him. Yet Mahavir remains completely equanimous, and he practices his meditation with utmost focus, utmost concentration. And that equanimity succeeded Mahavira, using that equanimity, he succeeded in removing all dust particles, all karma particles from his soul. That's how he attains nirvana. Now in Jainism, as we know, there are two sects, Digambar and Shwetambar. In Digambar tradition, monks are completely naked. They don't wear any clothes. In Shwetambar, monks and nuns wear white clothes. Now this quotation about Mahavira's life is from a Shwetambar text, Acharang Sutra, because Digambar sect believes that they lost all the scriptures. They don't accept any scriptures. But Shwetambars have their own scriptures in which biographies of Mahavir and other great Tirthankaras are preserved very meticulously, very carefully. So there's a quote from Mahavir's life, how exactly he attained nirvana. He attained nirvana only when he could remove all the karma particles from his soul. And that happened with these extreme, ultimate penance practices, ultimate austere practices that he indulged in, even while people were torturing him or giving him all kinds of violence. But his meditation could not be disturbed. His focus on his soul could not be disturbed. All right. So Jainism teaches or mentions that there are 4 kinds of different realms that a soul can be in. A soul can be in celestial kingdom, that is Swarga. Soul can be in human kingdom, that is Prithvi. Soul can be in infernal kingdom, that is Nark. Or soul can be on the earth, but not as a human being. Soul can be in animal or plant kingdom. So these are the 4 possible conditions of a soul. So first, once again, going anti-clockwise, first could be Nark. Second could be Tiryanch, that is animal or plants. Third could be Prithvi as human being, Manushya Gati, or Swarga, Dev Gati. These are the 4 ways a soul can exist within the Jain universe. Jain universe is in the shape of a of a unique shape, as if a human being is standing with his head on his center part of his body. So top of the line, top of this universe is the Swarg, middle region is the earth, and below earth is the Nark, is heaven or is hell. So heaven, there is Swarg, Prithvi, and Nark. Now, a soul can be in any of these conditions, either in Swarg or Nark or Prithvi. And on Prithvi, it can be of two types. Prithvi, either it can be a human being, Manushya Gati, or Tiryansh Gati, that is animal or plant kingdom. Now, depending on one's karma, one can be in either of these gatis, that is Swarg, Nark, Prithvi, that is Manushya or Tiryansh. As one progresses in his spiritual life, the karma particles, even the positive karma particles, must be completely gone. That's how one can skip all these four conditions and can go directly to moksha gati, that is beyond all these four conditions. But as long as somebody has even positive karma, one can be hopeful of only reach up to the Swarga, that is celestial kingdom, Dev Gati. But Dev Gati is not moksha. Right? Dev Gati has positive karma, but it's kind of a temporary reward. And once that reward is over, you need to come back to earth and again strive for moksha. Moksha is the ultimate destination, ultimate goal of every soul. So that is in a nutshell, the soul and what are the different destinations of soul present in Jainism, possible in Jainism. I just summarized in this slide. And now, so soul does have a lot of karma particles until it gets moksha. What are the different kinds of moksha karma particles on soul? Karma particles could be harming, that is ghatiya karma. Ghatiya karma has 4 types. Mohaniya karma, that is when one's soul is attached to incorrect views. That incorrect views could be faith deluding, that is darshan mohaniya karma, when philosophy one gets attached to wrong philosophy, or charitra mohaniya karma, that is conduct deluding, when one's conduct is deluded, when one's conduct is wrong, one's faith is wrong, that is the mohaniya karma. Delusionary karma, that's kind of a delusion on one's faith or one's conduct. So it's very extremely harmful karma for soul. For the spiritual development. Then there is jnana varniya karma, when one's knowledge is blocked, when one does not have the right knowledge. That's also very harmful karma. Then darshan avarniya karma, that is one's perception itself is obscured, one's senses are blocked, and one cannot achieve the real perception because one's senses are blocked. That's also very harmful. Then there is antaraya or obstacle in soul's energies progress. See, if that progress is blocked, that's a kind of an obstacle also. So in summary, 4 different kinds of harmful karmas. There are delusionary karma, that is mohaniya karma, jnanavani karma, when knowledge is covered, darshan is covered, or there is an actual obstacle in one's progression. Then there are 4 types of non-harmful karma also. These are just, one is naturally born with these 4 karmas, and one can just wait until these 4 karma particles are automatically gone. One cannot really one cannot do anything to remove these 4 types of karma. What are those? First is the feelings, that is vedaniya karma, that is pleasant or unpleasant experiences that keep rising in our soul, and we just have to observe them, but we cannot control them, we cannot generate them. They're just happening naturally. Second is the nam karma. What stage of rebirth or senses or spiritual potential one has, depending on that, one gets that kind of a naam, that kind of a name, that kind of a family name. Then the life itself, lifespan of a body, duration of one's life is also beyond our control, and that depends on our past karmas, what kind of lifespan that we get. We have to live by that those many years. We cannot reduce our lifespan. So that's another karma particle that is just one is inborn with those karma particles. One has to just wait for his death, his or her death, until that karma particle of body itself is gone. Then the clan or gotra karma, social circumstances for spiritual progress. That is also beyond our control. We are just born. Some people are just naturally born in a family that is spiritually advanced. Others are born in a family that is spiritually not so advanced. So that will also affect one's spiritual progress in this life. So these are the 4 non-harming karmas, that is aghati karma. They are not so harmful because these are beyond our control. The name that we get, the lifespan that we get, the gotra that we get, the clan that we get, and feelings that we have with any karma in our soul. Some more karmic ideas. Jain principle, Jain philosophy says that a soul can have a different leshya or color depending on one's mental activity. So this color is imparted to the soul from the mental activity lying behind an action. So what kind of action we have, mental activity we have, that generates a different kind of a color. Again, depending on karmic influence on one's soul, one will get a different kind of colorful leshya. That's another related idea to karma in Jainism. Second point here, although karma is a very, very important, very most powerful idea in Jain philosophy in one's spiritual progress, but that doesn't mean that Jains don't accept fate or evil eye or destiny or astrology. All of these are also important. All of these are also accepted and believed by many Jains. Now, third point is also important. It is also present in other religions of the world, including Hinduism and Christianity, that what kind of mental state one has before death, that will determine the next birth. So it's very important to have a peaceful death. Some say that there is, in addition to art of living, one should also learn the art of dying. How we die, how we accept death is extremely important, especially in Jainism. So many do spiritual fasting, and they willingly accept death by renouncing their food, water, all kinds of consumption, with complete willpower to accept death with positive perspective. So that positive perspective determines one's next birth. Very important, so that the next birth will keep them on track towards spiritual progress. So positive death will lead to positive rebirth. So that's also very important in one's karmic progress, one's spiritual progress. Now, in Jainism, there is the idea of transmigration or punarjan is a rapid punarjan. There is no intermediary state. So in Hinduism, and I think in other religions also, there could be an intermediate stage where one dies, but one does not get the next rebirth immediately. But Jainism has this idea of immediate rebirth. There is no hanging between 2 lifespans. So one dies, and the soul immediately takes the next birth, depending on one's mental state before death, or depending on one's karmic cycle, one's karmic residual, what kind of karmas somebody has in store, that will determine his or her next birth. Then funeral rituals that happen at the time after death in Jainism are very similar to Hindu rituals. Many Jain rites of passage, such as wedding or cremation rituals, are very similar to how Hindus perform. So Jains, because of the larger Hindu culture, that most Jains are in India, in Hindu culture. So they have accepted many of the Hindu ceremonies, such as for conception or birth, naming, wedding, and death, and so on. So cremation is one of those rites of passage. So Jain rituals are very similar to Hindu rituals, and they are again done for positive rebirth. So proper rituals are important for positive rebirth. Then the soul itself can be of 2 types in Jainism. One type of soul is bhavya soul, that is capable of moksha. Liberation is possible. Second is abhavya soul, that is incapable of attaining moksha completely, because of complete lack of concentration in sermons, discourses by Jain monks and nuns, ascetics, non-belief in Jain practices, or insincerity of Jainas. These are some of the traits, some of the characteristics of abhavya souls that are completely incapable of attaining any moksha at all because of these negative qualities. So those are the ways to categorize the souls in the universe from Jain perspective. Bhavya and abhavya. Bhavya can attain liberation, abhavya cannot attain liberation at all. Jains believed almost more than 3,000 years ago that plants possess consciousness, they're aware of their surroundings, plants have desire for nourishment, even sexual reproduction. Plants have sense of fear and possession. Plants express morally negative feelings such as anger, and plants have potential for spiritual liberation. All of these ideas are mentioned in Jain text 2,000-3,000 years ago. Very interesting. And so plants can also overcome their karma. Plants can also be hopeful of positive karma and eventually be reborn as human beings. And from there, they can attain moksha. So only human beings are eligible to attain moksha. So plants must wait to get rebirth in human body. And from there, they can attain moksha. That's the only way possible in Jainism. No other being is eligible for moksha except human beings. All right. Now, animals. In the category of animals, Jainism has included fish and birds also. These are five sense beings with some mental aptitude, and they can also get rebirth in heaven by practicing austerities. And from heaven, but they must come back to earth, take human body. Human beings are only eligible for moksha, so even animals must get human bodies in their next life cycle. That's how they can attain moksha. Now, in Digambar tradition, I mentioned some slides ago that Digambars have rejected all Shvetambar scriptures. But then came Acharya Kundkund about 2000 years back, about 500 years after Mahavir had passed away, after Mahavir attained his moksha. About 500-600 years later came Kundkunda, and he created new texts, and those are accepted as Digambar scriptures. So he was founder of he was born in a South Indian village in early first millennium, and he was founder of the Digambar Mool Sangha, that is the original sect of Digambaras was founded by Acharya Kundkund. And so these are the texts that are attributed to him, 16 texts, and they all emphasize interiorization of religious life, away from rituals, away from veneration of ascetics or so on. What is required is to interiorize, to have this spiritual experience inside of one's own soul. That is what was highlighted by Kundkunda. So first is Niyamsar, which summarizes rituals by ascetics. Second is Panchastikaya, which are 5 fundamental realities it talks about. Then Pravachansar is a manual of spiritual behavior. Then Samaysar describes the real nature of the self. So these are some of the important Digambar scriptures that they all are focusing on how to reduce or how to cleanse off one's soul, remove all the karma particles and attain moksha. So that's the major focus of all of these texts written by Acharya Kundkund about almost 2 millennia ago. So Acharya Kundkund talked about soul as the only true and ultimate category. All of the other categories, all the other entities in the universe are all temporary and false categories, but the soul is the final truth. When one attains omniscience, that is nirvana, like Mahavir attained, he focuses only on soul as the sole object. Right? Everything else is not important, but soul becomes the final reality for somebody attaining nirvana. Soul can have multiple standpoints. So there are different nayas. Naya is the standpoint. There is Nishchay Naya, that is certain. Paramarth Naya, that is supreme. Or Shuddha Naya, that is pure. Or there is Vyavhar Naya, that is worldly perspective, worldly standpoint. So certain things are true from worldly standpoint. Certain things are to be, so worldly standpoint is to be sacrificed to practice and to achieve the final, that is supreme standpoint, that is the ultimate spiritual standpoint that highlights only soul. Worldly perspective can highlight even body and other temporary realities in the world. And Acharya Kundkund talked about denial of physical reality, denial of even asceticism, and denial of rituals. What he highlighted was only meditation, only focus on soul. Doesn't matter whether you're an ascetic or householder. So all of those are worldly perspectives to divide the people among ascetics or householders. All that is worldly perspective. But even while living as a householder in worldly life, one can practice spirituality, one can practice meditation, one can focus on his soul, and one can still attain nirvana. That was the idea by Acharya Kundkund. And of course, there are many critiques by later commentator based on what Acharya Kundkund mentioned in his own text 2000 years back. And in his work, he talks about 4 aspects of ashrava, bandha, sthiti, and anubhag. What are those? Ashrava is the influx of new karma particles on soul, which creates new bondages, that is bandha. Bandha, they stay on soul for a certain duration, that is sthiti. And finally, when karma are ripe enough to be removed from soul, so that is called as fruition of these karma particles. And once they are ripe, these karma particles naturally get removed from soul. Of course, by a lot of austere practices, these karma particles are gone, and one is closer to one's moksha. So this is a brief summary I shared with you. These karma particles, the soul, how soul is described in Digambar texts. Who was the primary writer of Digambar text? Acharya Kund. And animals also have soul, and animals also have can also attain rebirth and attain human birth and can get moksha. Plants similarly can attain human rebirth and can attain moksha. And there are two types of soul, bhavya and abhavya, I mentioned. And the other karmic ideas are also accepted, such as destiny and astrology and color to the soul and rapid transmigration of the soul in Jainism. I talked about different kinds of aghati, non-harmful karma particles are I also mentioned, and harmful karma particles I mentioned. So, and the 4 kinds of soul stages that in Jainism are possible, that also I summarized. And the biggest role model of Jains is Mahavir, who by his strict penance, he could remove all his karma particles and could attain moksha. And the Kashai is the major reason for karma particles, that is the Krodh, Madh, Moh, and Lobh. So with that, I complete my presentation, and I hope it was of some use to learn about Jainism. Thank you.
With that, we have come to the end of the session. We are behind the schedule for several reasons. We had 4 papers, each was complementary to the other. I rejoiced listening to all of them. Different traditions, starting with Mimamsa to the Dvaita and then to the Buddhism and Jainism, how each tradition spoke differently on the theory of karma. But nevertheless, all of them were sharing the primary insight, which I have initially mentioned, which I have credited to Gandhiji's mother, the very basic Indian kind of an insight that human beings have no rights but duties. So it is this duty boundedness of this most evolved species, which is duties to oneself and duties to the other beings and to the nature at large, which would make the human indeed a human being. And this Indian insight becomes more and more relevant to the postmodern world. So thank you very much for raising beautiful discussions on this, and extremely sorry that I have gone beyond the time. Swamiji, I'm sorry about it. I'm always a bad so thank you very much, whoever I said. Thank you very much for that. But time is one God that we really see. And to that extent, we could not keep up to the timings, but thank you very much.
One statement made about Gandhi's statement that we have
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Dr. C.L. Ramakrishna, sir, to present memento to our speakers. Professor Paneer Selvam, sir, is out of the hall. No? Sir, please present memento to Professor Srinivas Acharya. Thank you.
No, we'll give. Vishnuvardhan.
Vishnuvardhan. I would like to invite Mr. Vishnuvardhan to felicitate, okay, to receive the memento. Sorry, मैं भूल गई थी इनका नाम. Professor Paneer Selvam, sir. Thank you, sir. I request Professor S.R. Bhatt, sir, to felicitate chair of this session, Professor Shrikala Nair, ma'am. Ma'am, please. Ma'am. With the permission of Swamiji, I may conclude this session. Thank you very much. Now it's time for tea break for 10 minutes. We will gather here sharp by 5:30 for our next plenary session. Thank you.
R.C. Sinha. His topic is ethical discourse on Kārya and Akārya. Professor Sinha.
Yes, please. Hello.
Yes, sir. Can we start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please, I have to add. So good morning from my side. Shekhar.
Good morning, sir.
So you can start whenever you like.
Yes, so I start with Professor R.C. Sinha. His topic is ethical discourse on Kārya and Akārya. Sir, we'll have 15 minutes for presentation and last 10 minutes for Q&A, question answer session.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Should I begin?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Professor R.C. Sinha, former professor of philosophy in Patna University and former chairman of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research in New Delhi. Currently, I am in Pittsburgh. So here it is morning time, and certainly I missed some of the lectures, but I heard two very important lectures, one on Buddhism and the other on Jainism. I'm thankful to Professor S.R. Bhatt, who had been the former chairman of the ICPR. And I'm very much thankful to Vishnu Mohan Foundation, especially to Sri Swami Hari Prasad Ji, who has invited me to join this August meeting. Swami Hari Prasad Ji is a well-known figure not only in South India, but all over the world. And his dedication to philosophical discipline and philosophical thought is certainly wonderful. I had been earlier to Vishwaman Foundation, and I observed that philosophy as a discipline may be at low ebb in the university. But Swami Hariprasad Ji, in his premises of Vishnu Mohan Foundation, has made philosophy alive. And perchance, eminent philosophers like Professor S.R. Bhatt, Professor Paneer Selvam, Professor Srikala Ma'am, and naturally the chairperson of this session. So I am really lucky that sitting far away from the premises, I had been given opportunity to present this paper. The first question which comes to my mind is why Swami Hariprasad Ji is set out to discuss the concepts of Kārya and Akārya. What prompted him, I don't know, but he is very much keen to discuss this problem of Kārya and Akārya. Hopefully, he is very much concerned to pursue ethics of life, because the person, the Swami, discussing the philosophical aspects of Kārya and Akārya is certainly concerned with the ethics of life. I congratulate the organizers for choosing such a relevant subject for both professionals and non-professionals. This topic is not only relevant for teachers of philosophy, but it is not only relevant for sannyasis, it is relevant for professionals who are working in different multinational organizations. So certainly this topic becomes very important, and the very opening sentence of the invitation is that the first time this subject, Kārya and Akārya, the theme Kārya and Akārya, is being discussed with reference to Indian philosophy, within the backdrop of Indian philosophy. So this is a very lively subject. Now, I will discuss something about the title which I have given, Ethical Discourse on Kārya and Akārya. So let me understand the meaning of Kārya and Akārya. What I understand by Kārya and Akārya? So naturally, this concept, the concept which organizers have made it, the concepts of Kārya and Akārya. So what I mean by Kārya and what I mean by Akārya. If the tree falls on the head of somebody, can we say that it is a Kārya? And if somebody is sleeping in the night, can we say that it is Akārya? So naturally, every action cannot come within the fold of Kārya and Akārya. According to the context and according to the philosophical nuance, this topic deserves. So Kārya naturally, if it assumes moral connotation, then only we can talk significantly that we can make the distinction between Kārya and Akārya, and especially in Indian philosophy, when we talk about Indian philosophy. So some of the speakers like Professor Rana Purushottam ji and Professor Jain, they have taken up this problem in the backdrop of Buddhism and Jainism. So naturally, I will concentrate this topic in the backdrop, analyze this topic in the background of Bhagavad Gita. It is and Bhagavad Gita, especially in Gita Rahasya or Karma Yoga Shastra of Bal Gangadhar Tilak. So I will concentrate, I will attempt to analyze these two concepts with reference to Karma Yoga Shastra of Bal Gangadhar Tilak. The Bhagavad Gita, as you know, everybody knows, holds a very important place among the world's great scriptures. I say, repeat, Bhagavad Gita holds a great importance in the world's scripture. Hindus regard it with the same respect and love as Christians regard the gospel, Christian regards the Bible. So naturally, the importance of Bhagavad Gita is well known. And Hindus, they love Gita. If one text which is worldwide accepted, that is Bhagavad Gita. So Gita is a tale of action, taking the form of a dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna on the eve of a battle. Krishna teaches the perplexed Arjuna the need for action and the requirement that naturally man cannot live without action. So man is committed to some action, but every action, as I said earlier, cannot be put under the category of the Kārya or Akārya. So naturally, ethical discourse becomes very important. So when I talk about ethical, the title is Ethical Discourse. So I am reminded of discourse ethics as propounded by Habermas. My idea, my intention is not to understand Bhagavad Gita in the light of Habermas or understand Habermas in the light of Bhagavad Gita. That will be a far-fetched approach. But since I have mentioned it on the title is Ethical Discourse. So, discourse ethics and ethical discourse, that requires to be understood. So, Habermas, the great German philosophers, the contemporary philosopher, and perchance in Athens I had an occasion to see and to converse with him. He talks about ethical discourse. He talks about discourse ethics. And hopefully Professor Paneerselvam is in the webinar, and he is well acquainted with the works of Habermas. So discourse ethics and ethical discourse, they are two different things. I have used the word ethical discourse because in the Indian setting, and especially in the setting of Bhagavad Gita, we have to understand in an ethical background. So discourse ethics is a new discipline according to Habermas. He propounded, and his concept of communicative rationality, that is very much operative when he talks about discourse ethics. Discourse ethics, what I have understood that any concept of the good or bad, right or wrong, Kārya or Akārya, can be understood when we go to the public and when we converse with the others. The others' participation is very important. The Kārya becomes Kārya according to the settings of the ethical discourse ethics. When it is shareable, communicable, a moral or a value system needs more than one person. So that is what, in a very simple language, we can say discourse ethics attempts to understand the concept of the Kārya and Akārya. I mean, keeping in view the Habermas contribution to discourse ethics, we can understand, rather I understand, that Kārya cannot be Kārya in isolation. It must have a public concern with the others. And that's why we see that ethical discourse of, when I talk about ethical discourse of Bhagavad Gita, we see that the preachings, the discourse is in the battlefield. It is not a discourse in isolation. It is not a value imbibed by individual, a value becomes value when it is concerned to others, when it is concerned to the public. So when it is communicable. So this is regarding ethical discourse and the discourse ethics. And the second point which I would like to touch is that how the Western thinkers, rather in the initial course, we understand the distinction between moral and non-moral. Actions can be understood in two categories. This is the elementary understanding of the students of philosophy, that action can be divided under two heads, that is moral and non-moral. And certainly immoral actions can be also kept under the category of the moral action. And that is a theoretical position, that is the understanding of the discipline, philosophical discipline of ethics. So moral and immoral can be put under the moral actions. By this, I mean that if you pass a moral judgment, either good or bad, that comes under the moral actions. If you say something is bad, something is evil, to speak lie is an evil. This is also a kind of moral judgment. So when we can pass moral judgments, that comes under the moral action. And there are certain actions which are non-moral. For instance, if the mountain falls and the man dies, or I can say very many people die, can we pass a moral judgment that falling of a stone is immoral? We cannot. So that is a non-moral action. So this is the Western understanding of moral and non-moral, moral, immoral, and non-moral actions. When we have clubbed moral and immoral in one category. So, but when we come to the concepts of Kārya and Akārya, we don't have that Western structure. When we talk about Kārya and Akārya, we are very clear that Kārya is laden with values, and Akārya is certainly laden with this value. Two, if we speak lie, can we say that it is a Kārya? Speaking lying is certainly not a Kārya. It is Akārya. So we have to understand it in the backdrop of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, especially in the backdrop of Gita Rahasya or Karma Yoga Shastra. This Karma Yoga Shastra, Gita Rahasya or Karma Yoga Shastra, was written in Marathi earlier. Later on, translations, we got English translation and the translations in very many languages. So Bal Gangadhar Tilak was Indian social reformer and activist.
Bal Gangadhar Tilak, while he was in prison in Burma, he penned down this
Sorry,
Karma Yoga
sir,
Shastra.
it's 23 minutes. If you can.
Okay,
in next
I can finish it in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
So, this translation runs into 1220 pages, such a big book. I have read the English version of Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak's classic, and that is a Karma Yoga Shastra or Gita Rahasya. Tilak was a great philosopher. He was confirmed this title of Lokmanya, which literally means accepted by the people. Naturally, when we were talking about discourse ethics of Habermas, I rather refer that any action, moral action, or by Kārya, I mean the Kārya which can be accepted by the people, and it should be communicable. So here, the title of Lokmanya, that literally means accepted by the people. Tilak was, as you know, Bal Gangadhar Tilak talked about welfare of the humanity. He talked about the Lok Bhagavad Gita, and he emphasized karma is very important. Karma cannot be understood as secondary. Shankaracharya emphasized on the Jnana Yoga, and naturally Bal Gangadhar Tilak emphasizes on Karma Yoga, and Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga or Bhakti Yoga should not be taken separately. So the upshot of this discussion, Kārya and Akārya, is that we should evolve Samatva Yoga. Siddhe Siddhyo Samo Bhutva Samatvam Yoga. This, when you open the pages of Gita Rahasya, on the very first page you will find about Samatva Yoga. So naturally, since I have been given the warning by the chairperson, Dr. Shekhar Sharma, so I should not exceed that time limit. So naturally, with this, hopefully, I have tried to analyze the conceptual understanding, and with these words, hopefully I have completed the allotted time. So I extend my thanks, and I extend my deep regards to Pujya Swamiji for giving me valuable time, and I extend my thanks to the chairperson, Dr. Shekhar Sharma. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this interesting articulation, incorporating Indian context, Habermas perspective, and also trying to explain the difference between the Western categorization of moral, non-moral, immoral, and Kārya, Akārya. So we'll have some questions from the audience, sir. Professor Paneer Selvam will have one question.
Yes, I hope no question but comments. Comments are commendable. His comments are commendable. And he will throw some light on.
Okay.
Namaskar. Namaste.
Namaste ji. Thank you, Professor Sinha ji. Nice to see you, and we are grateful to you for your wonderful presentation. I'm happy that you made a reference to Habermas, whom I am very fond of. Like you, I also met Habermas in Germany, in Frankfurt University in the year 2000. He invited me for a conference. We had a detailed discussion, especially on his ideal speech situation. Now, coming back to your wonderful paper, I'm very much fascinated when you made the distinction between discourse ethics of Habermas and ethical understanding, which is implicit in Indian tradition. Now, I always believe that in the discourse ethics or in the Western philosophical category, the understanding is that when we are talking about action, most of the time, all right, they are referring, at least in the contemporary period, let us say, they are making a reference to the social action. So, which means individual action is superseded by the social action, wherein we give more importance to the individual, not to particular individual X or Y. This means, using the category of phenomenology, one can say that the social actors play a dominant role because that is interchangeable. Sorry, there is intersubjectivity that is involved. But when we come to Indian tradition, it can be also seen from the social actors' point of view, no doubt. But most of the time in Indian tradition, I feel that it is individualistic. I am talking about my action. How do I perform my action? That is, there is more orientation towards the individual rather than the social actors or individuals. So how do you see this distinction, keeping Habermas at the backdrop? I hope I'm clear.
Oh, can I? So can I respond to your comments?
Sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind presence. I'm happy to see you after a long time. Please.
So may I respond?
Yes, sir.
Chairperson Shikhar Sharma.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
So it is very, very nice to see Professor Paneer Selvam is speaking. Actually, I could not attend his lecture because in Pittsburgh, it was dead night. So I missed his, though I always love to listen him, love to hear him. He has very rightly pointed out the distinction between this discourse ethics and the ethical discourse. So naturally, I made a distinction in order to understand the Eastern point of view and the distinction between Eastern and the Western viewpoint. So individual ethics, naturally, there are certain individual ethics or moral actions. I should speak truth. But when the truth is not a truth only for individual, but it has got the social dimension. And naturally, discourse ethics gives emphasis on social actions. The action is relevant when it is concerned with the others. But sometimes charges are leveled that morality is a subjective matter. So individual is very important. No doubt individual is important. But when we are concerned with the values, so values are not isolated. Values are values with reference to others. So that is my understanding that morality has got its social dimension. Suppose if I speak truth or I adhere to any value shut within the four walls of my room, can we pass a judgment that this is right or wrong? I cannot. Suppose I'm closed in the room or I am under prison. So any good action, suppose I think everything moral or do moral, imbibe moral values within myself, but can we pass judgment? So when the question of standard, moral standard and question of the moral judgment comes, naturally society or others, I mean others, because morality assumes meaning when it is concerned with others. So individual actions and the social actions, I understand that individual actions will be meaningful only in the social context. So thank you very much. I am very much thankful to Professor Paneer Selvam highlighting this point, and I will think afresh. If I am not satisfied his query, so I will think afresh. Okay, the chairperson, Dr. Shikhar.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. One more question, sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the lecture. And actually, it is Professor Paneer Selvam sir's question that has given rise to another question in my mind. As you two were talking about individual action and its whether we can consider it to be moral. What would you say Indian philosophy would consider if I am the last person on earth and if I want to commit suicide? So will it be permissible in Indian philosophy? Will it still consider it to be Kārya or Akārya? So will committing suicide be permitted for an individual who is the last one? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for raising a very pertinent question. So naturally, suicide cannot be under the category of the Kārya. Whether it's committed in a seclusion or whether you commit in a society. So suicide is not a Kārya because suicide is unethical. Suicide is, I gave one example that sleeping is, can sleeping be called Akārya. Likewise, suicide is not a Kārya. And this is immoral. Suicide is immoral, illegal too. Not only in India, but all over the world, this committing suicide is illegal, naturally immoral. So I'm very clear that such type of action cannot be Kārya. It must have some ethical connotation or value. Suicide is a disvalue. Suicide is not a value. So when we talk about Kārya and Akārya, we have to understand the value system, the Indian value system. And in India, in Indian value system, the suicide never be. Nobody can dare to say that suicide is a Kārya, because Kārya does not mean any sort of action. Kārya has got a definite meaning. Hopefully, so
I have one question, sir. So you said that we cannot apply Western categorization on Kārya, on the concept of Kārya and Akārya. And you also highlighted that Kārya and Akārya are to be understood as value and disvalue. So how to understand this notion of value then? Do we apply this intrinsic notion of value to this concepts of Kārya and Akārya, or is there any, other definition to value here?
So, values can be understood in two ways. One is the intrinsic and the other is extrinsic. So certainly the coin has got extrinsic value, but the gold coin has got extrinsic as well as intrinsic value. Because if the government disowns the value to coin, but the gold is valuable. As regarding man, so man has got both subjective and objective aspects, intrinsic and extrinsic values. But they are not disconnected. Your intrinsic value impels you to perform. Kārya means to perform ethically, what I mean. So, intrinsic value in itself is not valuable. If it is linked with the social context or it is linked with the others, then only the question of passing any judgment, whether it is right or wrong. Any action which can be termed as righteous or unrighteous must have a reference. It cannot be intrinsic value may not be just. I alone judge that I am right and the whole world says that I am wrong. So can my intrinsic value prevail? So these are the words which I have to submit.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you, sir.
So I must thank Dr. Shikha for conducting nicely.
So our next speaker is Dr. M.A. Venkat Krishnan. Dr. M.A. Venkat Krishnan is currently an adjunct faculty of Shastra University, Tanjavur. He started a separate department of Vaishnavism in 1986. He joined the department and developed the department. As the head of the Department of Vaishnavism, he introduced MA in Vaishnavism through correspondence, MA Divya Prabandham, regular MPhil in Vaishnavism at the University of Madras. He'll be speaking on Kārya in Vaishnavism. So do we have Dr. M.A. Venkat Krishnan? Is here? Okay. I welcome you, sir. So we'll have 15 minutes for your presentation and 10 minutes for question answer session. Please unmute, sir. Not audible.
Now, are you able to hear now?
Yes, yes, sir. Audible. Thank you.
I think this headphone is not working properly. Namasabhaye, respected Swamiji Hari Prasad ji, respected chairperson of this session, and other dignitaries, I offer my pranam. I deem it a very great privilege to be present here and present a paper on the concept of Kārya in Sri Vaishnavism before the galaxy of the great scholars. I am proud to be associated with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for more than a decade. Now, as the time is too short, I will directly enter into the topic. The philosophy propagated by Alvars, the divine saints, and the Acharyas like Nathamuni, Yamunacharya, Ramanujacharya, and others is called Vishishtadvaita. The religious side of that philosophy is called Sri Vaishnavism. It is often said that philosophy without religion is lame, and religion without philosophy is blind. Hence, philosophy and religion should go hand in hand for their survival. In fact, on one hand, the religious aspects are strengthened by the theoretical foundations. On the other hand, philosophy is strengthened by the practice of the religion. In Sri Vaishnavism, both religious practices and theories are inseparably associated, as it can be witnessed in several rituals that are performed by Sri Vaishnavas. I am saying this is that even the Kārya or Akārya is also come under our philosophical aspect as well as religious practice. According to Kārya or Karma, I think both are same, are to be performed only as a service to the Lord. Kainkaryam, what we say. Kainkaryam is service. So whatever Kārya we do, all the Kārya should be only a service to the Lord. If a karma is performed without that intention, that is without the intention of doing service to the Lord, it will become Akārya according to Sri Vaishnavism. This concept is based on Vedantas, Bhagavad Gita, and other texts. In one of the Pancharatra Smritis, there is a saying by Bhagavan himself, Shruti Smritir Mamai Vajna, Yas Tam Ullanghya Vardate, Ajna Chedi, Mama Drohi, Madbhaktopina Vaishnavaha. That is, Vedas and Dharma Shastras are my command. The Lord himself says, they are my commands. One who do not follow these commands, then he is a traitor. And even though he is my devotee, he may be my devotee, he is not a Vaishnava, he says. So if he is a Vaishnava, he has to follow the dictums in the Shastras scrupulously. This is the saying by Lord himself in Pancharatra Agama. See, the same idea is also stressed in Bhagavad Gita also. यः शास्त्रविसिम् उत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारतः न सिद्धिम् अवाप्नोति न सुखं न पराङ्गतिम्. That is in 16th chapter. Krishna says, he who abandoning the injunctions of the Shastras acts under influence of desire attains neither perfection nor pleasure nor the supreme abode. Tasmat Shastram Pramanam te Karya Vyavastitau. So, therefore, the Shastras should be authority for determining what should be done and what should not be done. This is the saying of Lord Krishna himself in Bhagavad Gita. For want of time, I am not explaining the greatness of Bhagavad Gita. My previous speaker has dealt very clearly about the greatness of Bhagavad Gita, which has been accepted by the whole world. But all the dictums of Shastras cannot be followed by everybody. Only those dictums which are compulsory, one should observe. Krishna himself says in another place at Bhagavad Gita, in 2nd chapter, he says, Yavanartha udapane sarvata sampulutodake, tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanataha. He says, that is, the river is full of water, but if I am thirsty, whatever water I can drink, I will take it. So the entire water I cannot drink. In the same way, even the duties, that is, dictums of the Shastras are to be taken according to his capacity, his varna, his ashrama, and so on. Even while doing the duties, one should do it without an eye on the fruit of the action. That also Krishna says. Very famous verse. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma paleshu kadachana ma karma palahetur buhu mate sangostu akarmani. That is, your right is only to work and never to the fruit thereof. Let not the fruits of your work be your motive for your action, and do not become you attached to inaction also. So you have to do the Kārya, but you should not be attached with Akārya, but you should not aspire for the fruits for doing any Kārya. This idea of doing duty without aspiring for the fruit is stressed throughout the Bhagavad Gita in several chapters. There are so many shlokas. Just I will cite one or two. In 2nd chapter itself, he says, Karmajam buddhi yuktahi palam tyaktva manishinaha janma banta vinirmuktaha padam gachanti anamayam. That is, the wise who are endued with the appropriate mental disposition give up the fruit that is born out of their work, and then becoming free from bondage of birth, they go to the supreme abode. Lord Krishna says. In 4th chapter, again he says, Tyaktva karmapala sangam nityatrupto nirashrayaha karmani avipravirtopi naiva kinchit karoti saha. That is, having renounced all the attachment to the fruits of his action, ever contented with what? With the eternal self and dependent on nobody, one does not act at all, even though he is engaged in acting, that is, engaged in action. That is, one who does these activities without expecting karma, that is, without expecting the fruit of his karma, does not act at all, he says. It is like it's equal to that. Then in 3rd chapter also he has already said, Mai sarvani karmani sanyasya adhyatma chetasa nirashir nirmamo bhutva yudhyasva vigata jvaraha. That is, doing the duty and without expecting any result. How is it possible? We may ask. For that also he answers, Lord Krishna himself answers. He says, with your mind fixed upon the soul, make over all the work unto me. You surrender all the work to me and become free from desire and the selfish idea of ownership. Only then you can attain the supreme abode. In the 9th chapter, he very clearly says, whatever karya you do, you just surrender those things, offer it to me. In 9th chapter, very clearly Krishna says, Yad karoshi, yad ashnasi, yad juhosi, dadasi yat, yad tapasyasi kaunteya, tatkurushva madarpanam. That is here the explanation. See, I'm depending upon that is the interpretation of Ramanuja for my explanation. Here, yat karoshi, whatever you do, that means your mundane worldly activities. Yad ashnasi, yad juhosi, that is shastric activities, whatever you do. Dadasi yat, whatever you give. Yad ashnasi, whatever you eat. Yad tapasyasi, whatever penance you do. Tatkurusho madarpanam, you just offer it to me and don't aspire for any phala over it. So whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever you give, whatever austerity you practice, oh Arjuna, do that as an offering to me. So in this way, so many verses are there. I can even quote more verses. That is, Yajnadana Tapakarma, na tyajyam karyameva tat. That is, you should not leave the karya itself. You have to do the karya. Yajnodhanam tapaschayo pavanani manishinam. Doing all the karyas according to the Shastra make a man purified. So, Yajnadana tapakarma na tyajyam. It should not be left alone. Etanyapitu karmani sangantyatva palani cha. And you have to do all those activities, even if it is done with in accordance with the Shastra. You have to, that is sangam tyatva palani cha. That is, it is my decided and final view that even these acts should be done, O Arjuna, with relinquishment of attachment and the fruits thereof. Krishna categorically says, that is, this is my view. Kartavyaniti me partha nishchitam matam uttamam. This is mamatam nishchitam uttamam. This is my established view, Lord Krishna says. So, one has to perform all his duties according to the Shastras, but at the same time, he should offer all those work to the Lord and without expecting any result over it. That is the idea here. Karyamityeva yatkarma niyatam kriyate Arjuna sangam tyaktva palanchaiva saha tyagaha satvikaha mataha. In 18th chapter also he says that he cannot live, especially the nitya and naimitika karmas, which are that is ordained in the Shastras. That is, in Shastras, for each and every person, some karmas are, that is, he has been asked to perform those karmas without fail. So, when actions are performed, which are ought to have been done, Arjuna, renouncing attachment and also renouncing attachment to the fruits, you have to do. Such attachment is regarded as Sattvika Tyaga, he says in 18th chapter. So, in this way, Bhagavad Gita, if you go through, there are several passages which says that one has to do all the work, that is as per the dictums in the Shastra. That is, he has to do the karmas, karyas according to his varna, his ashrama, and so on. But Sarva Karmani, again, 18th chapter, Sarva Karmani api sada kurvanaha. Always a person is doing all the duties according to the Shastra. But Madhyapashrayaha, that is surrendering to me and offering all his activities to me, then Mat Prasadat Avapnoti Shashwatam Padam Avyayam. So, by my grace, he attains the supreme abode. Krishna says. Hence, one has to do all his karya duties, but should not aspire for the fruit of his action, and should surrender all acts, offer all acts to the Lord. This is the quintessence of all these shlokas in that is in Bhagavad Gita. So, in Sri Vaishnavism, whatever karma we do, whatever karya we do, we recite the following verse at the end, at the beginning, we will have a sankalpa. That is, Asya Sri Bhagavato Mahapurushasya Sri Vidnorajna Pravartamanasya Adya Brahmana Dvitiya Prarthe Shvetavaraha Kalpake Mayustu Mantare. So we will have a sankalpa where we are doing, when we are doing, and so and finally we say Etat Karma Bhagavad Ajna Kaikarya Rupam Etat Karma Karomi.
Sorry to interrupt.
Doing this.
Please conclude in another 3 minutes.
Hello?
Sorry to interrupt. Please conclude in another 3 minutes, sir.
Yes. Whatever karma we do, we should do it as a kaikarya to the Lord. So even our sankalpa is like that. That is, we do it as Bhagavad Ajna Kaikarya Rupam. See, in the beginning I said that all the commands in the Shastras are his Ajnas. So now we are doing this karma according to that Ajna. But that Ajna is also done only as a Kaikarya. So Ajna Kaikaryam. And then when we are concluding our work, also we say Kārya and Akārya Manasendriyirva Buddhyatmanava Prakrite Subhavat Karomi Yadyat Sakalam Parasmai Narayanaya Iti Samarpayami. See, whatever I do by my body or mind or so on, everything I offer to Lord Narayana, he said. And even this sloka, now I recited from Bhagavad Gita, Yatkaroshi Yajjuhosi, Yadashnasi, Dadasi Yat Tatkara. That is told by Lord Krishna to us. So that is in third person. So we address it in the second person to Lord Krishna himself. Yat Karomi, Yat Ashnami, Yat Juhomi, Dadami Yat Tapasyami Bhagavan, Tat Karomi, Tvadarpanam. So we will have to offer everything to the Lord himself. So in Sri Vaishnavadam, another feature is serving the Lord in the temples, Divya Desham, is more important than even his regular karma. This has been very much dealt in Tamil works as Acharya Hridayam and other works of Acharyas. Now, I don't have time to explain all those things. See, what they say is, doing service in the temple is more important than doing his daily routine in the household. That is, see, for example, only one thing I will say, that is, I have to do Sayam Sandhya Vandanam at 6 o'clock in the evening. But at the same time, I have a duty at the temple, which I should do, which should I give preference. And the first preference is only to temple duty, because that is direct Kainkaryam to the Lord. Whereas Sandhya Vandanam is only an indirect Kainkaryam to the Lord through the deities, that is through Antaryami Bhava. So only after finishing our duty, whatever is in the temple, only after finishing those karyas, then we will come home and we will maybe even night 9 o'clock. So after coming home, we have to perform our daily rituals like Sandhya Vandana or anything else. So temple service is more important than even the regular duties which are ordained in the Shastra. That is very much important in Sri Vaishnava philosophy. That is in practice, Sri Vaishnava religion also. And so, temple service, see, for this, there are so many anecdotes in the life of the Acharyas also. That is, once an Acharya was giving discourse. At the time for Sandhya Vandanam came. When the disciple remembered him, sir, it is now 6 o'clock, should you not go for Sandhya Vandanam? The Acharya said, no, we are engaging, that is enjoying the beauty of the Lord. I am explaining about the Lord. So this is more important than even Sandhya Vandanam. That is, there are so many important incidents mentioned even in the life of Sri Ramanuja. So I think since the time is too short, I am not able to deal with it in detail. I think I have given the quintessence of Kārya according to Sri Vaishnavism. That is, we will have to follow the dictums of the Shastras without fail, scrupulously. But we will do all these Kāryas only as a service, Kainkarya to the Lord, without expecting any fruit. And when temple service comes, even these Kāryas are, that is, merged with the temple Kainkaryam. And so that they are more important. With these words, I thank the organization and particularly Swamiji for giving me an opportunity to deal with the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a crisp and lucid exposition of Kārya and Vaishnavism. Thank you so much. If we have any question. Okay.
So many people talks about application of Gita in our day-to-day activities. In Bhagavad Gita in the warfield, Arjuna stopped fighting because the people who are in front of him are relatives, close relatives. So he stopped fighting. I want to know whether this kind of emotional attachment may become an hindrance to find out what is right action. Because people may have attachment with the property, kingdom, and so many things, but generally a common man has so much attachment with the family members, father, mother, and other cousins, brothers, and all. Even Arjuna himself felt that he is going to fight with his own brothers, Karna, his own brother. So he stopped fighting. I want to know whether this kind of emotional attachment is an important factor in the common man's life. That's why the Gita has come into the existence, sent an important message to the whole world. Even in a person in any country, he has his own family, he may have some attachment towards his religions. Sometimes the attachment is good, sometimes there is too much attachment. Family members may take him to the bad action. I don't know what the message we are sending it to the world through this Bhagavad Gita. That is my main point. In this, we are discussing about Kārya and Akārya. In this context, what is the message we are giving to the world through our scripture, Bhagavad Gita? That is my question.
Hello. Do you expect me to answer this question?
Yes, sir.
Do you expect me to answer this question? Because this question does not come under my subject. It is a very general question about Bhagavad Gita. See, my paper is about Kārya in Sri Vaishnavism. But he asked about the main purport of Bhagavad Gita itself. And every speaker in this seminar has spoken about Bhagavad Gita. Even my previous speaker has spoken very high about Bhagavad Gita. So all the professors are should be giving answers for this. But I think the answer is in his question itself. That is, he said that because of emotional attachment, Arjuna refused to fight. And only to quell his doubts and only to remove his emotional attachment, Lord Krishna taught him Gita. So once you study Gita, then all your emotional attachments will vanish away. I think that is the answer. In his question itself, the answer is there. And he himself said that. Because what Krishna says, that all your relatives, even if you don't fight, they are going to die one day or other. So even if you don't fight, even though if you don't kill them, they are going to die one day or other. But now doing your duty is more important than to think about your emotional attachment. That was the answer given by Lord Krishna himself in Bhagavad Gita. I think that is enough.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. With this, we move to our third and last speaker, Advocate Uma Ramanathan. She is not here. So now my Kārya is to read out her paper. That is the only Kārya I have to do answering your questions. I will not be able to do it. So you can write your question, you can mail her, and she can revert you on that. So Advocate Uma Ramanathan, she is former organizing secretary and coordinator, Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center, High Court Madras. She's training advocates and judges all over India since 2008. She's also a part of panel of members collating the training manual directed by the Supreme Court of India, 2009 to 2011. She's an expert coordinator of dispute resolution workshops organized by Tata Nani Palkiwala Chair, Shastra University. She was also one of the panelists in the workshop conducted by University of Madras on restorative justice, paper presented subsequently brought out by Springer in the book on restorative justice. Her paper is on response and responsibility in action. So I'll read it out. Every action presupposes a desire to achieve a goal, whether short-term or long-term. Action is a result of the insistent tug to get something or achieve something. Every individual tends to think that their action is based on logic and reasoning, and that there is justification for the action. As there is an expectation in performance of the action, its achievement results is an effect, and this effect creates a bondage which tends to shift gears to invite action and consequence. This cycle tends to shackle the individual as karma. Neuroscientists have now found that in a given situation, the brain is coded to act in a particular way even before the mind is made up about the action. While Western psychology sees the mind as the organ of cognitive activities, consciousness, and so on, Vinod D. Deshmukh says that Indian psychology sees the brain as reflecting consciousness by filtering, limiting, and embellishing. In the homeokinetic mind, Deshmukh further adds that the mind is assumed to be material but subtle. It is the interfacing instrumentality that is connected to consciousness at one end and with the body at the other end. According to Deshmukh, the true self is consciousness and is independent of and free from the incessant mental activity. When the antakarna vritti, mental activity, merges spontaneously in its ground metric state, the consciousness as such, self-realization occurs. This state of activity is akarma. The focus of Vedanta is in realization of self, enabling understanding of the potential of self, and in finding the equilibrium that enables resonance. Resonance implies a trigger which enables a contact, a space, and energy that transform into sound, thinking, and action. Also, every action is subconsciously hinged on one's perception of identity or frame, image of the self. This identity is perceived as an entity in the outside world. Identity exists as a cognitive structure in the mind, and hence action is a consequence of its reference in memory. Hence, cognition, perception, and free will are the triggers for any action. While so, it is pertinent to note that volition in actions and discernment depends on psychological analysis of different and opposing desires, presentation of such desires, deliberation on the impact of such desires, choosing, deciding to follow one desire, turning that decision to action. It is also pertinent that while action may be seen commonly as directed towards a goal, desire and volition are seen as energy that sustains action. Western thought stresses on the rightness or wrongness attached to action, and the moral judgment that ensues is based on reasoning of acceptability in the universal interest. On the other hand, Vedanta stresses on the responsibility of the individual and choice to see the superimpositions and sheets that led to invalid cognition. Invalid knowledge often casts a veil over ability to perceive causation and how it determines the consequence. Experience, conditioning, vrittis, which get stored in memory as sanskar, has an impact on both action and inaction. Being aware of accountability and the real effect of action is valid knowledge, which leads to akarma as expectation and entitlement dissipates. Every action, thought, cognition is stored in memories as sanskar, and they in turn diligently wait to get attached to a thought or idea in every situation. Any purported perception or decision is actually a combination of what is in storage and what is waiting to get pigeonholed. Desire tends to frame a goal, and any action based on this desire tends to create a value which is added to the account of the individual as karma. In choosing what one has to do, options and desires tend to project conflicting wants. The choice is based on the personality and ability. The individual has a visual that he tends to align with while making a choice. Choice-based desire casts a veil. Karma producing action are generally conceived as intentional, future-oriented, focused on the self. Voluntary, social, and personal behavior forms focused on self-esteem and rights. The magnetic pull of I, the self-serving demands create an illusion and hence desire when not satisfied led to emotions like anger, frustration, and so on. David Malan opines that generally a conflict is due to anxiety, defenses, and feelings. Obviously, these are reactions or preparatory stances, projections to safeguard the I and what seems important to the I. While this may not be in consonance with the nature of the individual or swabhava, desires, experiences, and expectations triggered by memory manifest as emotions, inviting reaction. How one is able to be objective and respond instead of reacting and take responsibility determines the value addition to the individual. William Lilly opines that 4 antecedent mental processes determine one's action and one's conduct: idea, motor tendencies, desire, unconscious mental tendencies, sense of duty. Vinod Deshmukh refers to this as the mind. Antakarna in Vedanta is considered to be the internal organ of action, cognition, and experience, that is karma, jnana, and bhog. It includes 4 hierarchical components: sense of self with intentionality, aham bhav, memory, chitta, discriminating intelligence, buddhi, and thought emotion, manas. This quadrant or conceptualization of the mind makes it clear that bondage and freedom are facets manifested by the mind and not by anything external. The senses relay messages which automatically link with sanskars to find comfort, and at this point, desires tend to add energy in what is seen as realization. Zvi Harry Rappaport says that free will is the heart of understanding ourselves, what is meant to be a conscious, thinking, and responsibly acting human being. Free will or enablement to choose is understood as facility offered by freedom. One has to be conscious to choose and choose in order to be conscious. In the conceptualization of free will, there is an element of necessity for discernment and regulation. This regulation is binary. Indriya Nigraha, that is regulation of senses, Mano Nigraha, regulation of the mind. The sense of doership is projected by emotions that arise from the manner of cognition. There is a cognitive appraisal preceding emotional reaction. Social proof and conditioning tend to make one gather comfort from emotion as accepting reality and possibilities appear to be challenging. The need to feel validated motivates the construct. The action that follows is often defensive or to assuage the emotion that surfaces, and therefore there is no space for recognizing and that there will be consequences. To be able to recognize the construct, the projection, decoding the emotion and its cause is important. Alfred Sanzai lists out components of an emotion as physiological arousal, cognitive appraisal, conscious experience, action tendency, expressive behavior. Kasnaik is of the opinion that an automatic physiological and expressive motoric aspect of emotion can occur in response to an emotional stimulus that is below the threshold of recognition. Perception of the situation and the subsequent action is often a reaction to the emotional stimuli and is blurred due to delusion. In his Mahabharat, Chaturvedi Badrinath says that moksha is said to be attained when one follows the dictum, leave dharma, adharma, truth and untruth. After leaving that, leave that which enabled you to leave them. Then one last step, leave the notion that you have left anything at all. The action that leads to this stage is akarma. In Yoga Vasishtha, the sage points out to have valid wisdom, one should recognize and move through the 7 steps or stages: pure wish or intention, samudharta, inquiry, vicharan, mind settling into a subtle state, establishment of truth, total freedom from attachment or bondage, cessation of objectivity, state beyond all this. These steps focus on the recognition of the potential for change and the volition to shift from repetitive, self-serving thoughts to self-critical analysis. When valid knowledge, vivek, and vyagra are allowed space, erroneous cognition gives way to objective appraisal. The self is then enabled to move towards the core of being and the real manifest. Here, the boundary of the other dissipates, equanimity sets into aid recognition of unperturbed existence or tattvamasi. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for presidential remarks. I invite Dr. Sharma for her reflection on presentations.
I am not going to test your patience anymore. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. All are experts, so I don't think so that there is any need of any presidential remark. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we will meet tomorrow morning by 9:30. Thank you.